pretty. Right, because sometimes it's not like a perfect dish, right?
All right, we're going to get started. Good morning and welcome. Good morning and welcome. I'm Ned Sullivan, President of Scenic Hudson, and I'm thrilled to gather together here today to share voices on how we can have an impact on the 2023 Federal Farm Bill. Scenic Hudson is a nonprofit environmental organization and land trust. We're about to celebrate our 60th anniversary of preserving and protecting the Hudson River and Valley, including the land that is the base and foundation of our working farms and the agricultural community of the Hudson Valley region. Back in 2019, we recognized that when we're dealing with the issue of climate change, just focusing on the Hudson Valley wasn't enough. And with key partners, including Ben Banks Dobson from Hudson Carbon and his colleagues who are here today, we established the Northeast Carbon Alliance, an organization whose mission is to accelerate the implementation of carbon sequestration through land management, to share and document and share data that gauges and demonstrates the impact of carbon sequestration through land management practices, and then to advance public policy to achieve those goals. We are gathered here at Liberty Farm thanks to our gracious host, Mark Sheffo. Where is Mark?
He's in his office.
He's in his office. Okay, well, we thank you, Mark. And I think the farm provides the perfect setting for us to talk to each other, to listen to each other, and to figure out how we can amplify our voices in shaping the 2023 Federal Farm Bill. And how to answer these questions. How can we strengthen the support it provides to farmers who are seeking to move from conventional to regenerative agriculture practices? And also, how can we increase access to those resources for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and other historically underserved parties? The climate crisis is real. It's here and now. We recognize that with 6 feet of snow that fell on the Buffalo area just last weekend, the time for action is now. It's long past, but we must work together now. That snow was falling even as global leaders were gathering in Egypt at COP27, and some in this room were actually there forging agreements that will help us move forward with the global community. We gather with the recognition that natural solutions must be a part of the response to climate change. That includes soil health and regenerative agriculture practices. It includes forest management, and it also includes blue carbon, which is capturing the carbon in our coastal wetlands. So we gather here today to hear from the farmers. What do you need to make the shift to regenerative farming? We gather to hear from our urban farmers, those who are expert in practicing gardening and farming in our city centers, because this is a place where we can enhance access to fresh, healthy food for both the physical and mental health benefits of really good nutrition, and where we can begin to redress the environmental injustices of generations. We are honored that we have national and international leaders that are already working to achieve the goals that we share. Undersecretary Robert Bonney of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, New York Commissioner Ball, Maine Commissioner Beal. During their tenures, we've seen a dramatic increase in federal and state funds that are dedicated to supporting farmers making this transition. We've also just been joined by Congressman-elect, our newly minted federal representative for the area, Marcus Molinaro, who during his service in the public arena has demonstrated his commitment to helping farmers through conservation easements and access to other important resources. So we gather in recognition that each of us has an important role to play in this effort. We gather in gratitude to the farmers who have left the farms today to be with us and to share their views. We gather in thanks to those who have traveled from Maine, northern Vermont, Pennsylvania, other parts of the Northeast, and our nation's capital to join in this conversation. And despite the many things that divide us as a nation, we're here today together to speak with each other, to listen to each other, so that we can find a common goals and common language to take to Washington to speak to our elected representatives in Congress and the Senate. Those are the decision makers, so that we can make this a moment for a sea change in supporting farmers in making that shift to climate-smart farming and in ensuring that people of color and those who are underserved historically will have equal access to the resources they need to own and have tenure on land so that they can have a livelihood and support the shift to regenerative agriculture. So we're now going to see a video produced by Jeff Mertz. Jeff is here with us today, and he has made a beautiful video that I think captures the spirit and the goals of our work together here today.
Farmland could disappear in America. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. It's not just for the food we eat, but it's for the community and the culture that it reinforces. That culture of agriculture, of feeding people.
I've learned from farming that it is possible for humans to build an ecosystem where humans are a part of it, not separate from it, but within it.
Landscapes can change. It means something to me to be doing what I do here and not just anywhere. The physical aspects of this space are a part of me.
Let's give land back to nature so that it's there for generations and generations, because you too will pass.
Everybody needs their own little homestead. That could stabilize the whole world. It would just be really nice to just be able to farm without constantly fighting to be allowed to farm in so many ways.
You always got to have a rainstorm in order to have a rainbow. And if every day was a beautiful day, how would you ever know the difference between a beautiful day and a not so beautiful day?
Farming in the Hudson Valley is a responsibility. In order to foster these revolutionary values that as a society we want to espouse, well, we have to have a place to do that.
We are all temporary residents here. In the end, we'll all return to the earth, and so we should do our best to take care of it, since it will be taking care of us.
Very powerful. Thank you. Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Northeast Carbon Alliance. Thank you, Scenic Hudson. Thank you for your partnership. Partnership was the word you used, and I think partnership is the way forward. Certainly collaboration is got to be the buzzword for this next decade. Great to be here. I'm Richard Ball, Commissioner of Ag for New York State Department of Ag and Markets, and I'm looking around this room. I'm kind of excited by the number of people and the quality of minds that I see in the room here. I think you're all worthy of an introduction, and at some point today, I think you're going to get one. But welcome. It's great to be here this morning. I want to appreciate the opportunity to be here and to listen to what you have to say today and to what our guests have to say. Numerous panels, great presentations here. I'm going to make a few comments on where we're coming from at the department, but first of all, I want to acknowledge some of our guests that are here today. And Ned made some reference to them, but we're really fortunate to have the Undersecretary at USDA, Robert Bonney, here. Back in 2020, he worked with the Bipartisan Policy Center on its Farm and Forest Carbon Solutions Initiative, so he's well acquainted with his subjects today. He was Undersecretary for Natural Resources and the Environment from 2013 to 2017 at USDA, and he was a senior advisor to Secretary Tom Vilsack from 2009 to 2013. He certainly knows his subject, understands what it is this is all about today, so take advantage. Pepper him with questions whenever you can, because he knows wherever he speaks. It's really special for me to welcome Amanda Beal, the Commissioner from the Maine Department of Agriculture. We've become very good friends. We work together with the State Departments of Agriculture nationally. She's Vice President of the Northeast region of the Departments of Agriculture, and she knows wherever she speaks as well. She's even written a book. You're way ahead of me on that one, Amanda. She lives in Warren, where she and her husband own a farm, and they're working to establish an orchard with fruit, etc. She comes from a dairy farm. They're going to have a creamery up there for on-farm cheese production. So well qualified to be here, certainly, on this subject. And kind of fun to, I've never introduced Marcus Molinaro before, but spent a lot of time with him in my role as commissioner, member-elect of the U.S. House of Representatives from New York's 19th District. He was the youngest mayor in the country, I think, county executive. I think he ran for school president when he was in second grade. I'm not sure about that, but he has a very long history of service, and service is what we're here and what we're all about. So welcome, all of you. I think that, today is about the Farm Bill. This is a Farm Bill listening session, and many of you are part of groups that have been listening to others about it. I'm looking at NECA over here. I know that you did some Farm Bill listening sessions at the department. We did 8 sessions across the state in Manhattan. Every 5 years, we have an opportunity as a country to take a look at the most complicated, probably, piece of legislation that gets passed across in Congress and in Washington, D.C. And I think that, for us, the opportunity to have a really relevant farm bill for New York State seems really obvious and apparent. If you look around and think about the history of the Farm Bill, you're really looking at the history of agriculture in the U.S. You can look at different initiatives that came about, reflected what was happening really across the landscape on our farms. And I think from that ag viewpoint, the balance of ag interests, the importance of programs, what I call program crops versus specialty crops versus the nutrition title, you can see that shifting around every year throughout that history. I think that for so many years, for so many people, the Farm Bill kind of was, well, that's about the Midwest. That's about cotton and rice and sugarcane and, corn and soybeans, et cetera. And those crops, which in agriculture kind of referred to as program crops, they do own most of the land in the country. But if you look at the kind of crops that we raise in New York State, the dairy, the fruit, the vegetables, and all the other crops that fit into that, specialty crops. Although the acres in the country are really owned by those program crops, more than half of the farm gate income on farms comes from the kind of crops that we grow in New York State, the specialty crops. And so that's going to be an important part, an important focus of the Farm Bill discussions coming up, I think. All the titles that we get to look at in the Farm Bill, and of course, 80% of it is in the nutrition title, roughly 20% of it is in the farm titles. So many titles, but every one of them is relevant to what we do in New York State, whether it's our traditionally underserved farmers. Urban agriculture is going to be a giant topic. Focus on the food systems and not just production agriculture. I think COVID-19 has taught us that we need to look at more than simply production. We need to look at the whole system and where it was weak and where it was strong and what we can do to reinforce that. And Secretary Vilsack's very fond of referring to, not just food insecurity, but nutrition security and how we can actually connect our people's health to the nutrition and having security there, which is so important. Crop insurance, and of course, I expect to hear a little bit about climate today as we go along. So we have a great opportunity here for us in New York State to have some input on making sure that this Farm Bill reflects what we need in New York State, what's important to our country right now. After the sessions, I got interviewed by some media, and I was asked if I got any surprises from the listening sessions that we had heretofore. And I said, yeah, I was surprised by one thing. Growing up in agriculture, I've been farming since I was 18. Every time there was a farm bill, there seemed to be an argument about the farm community saying, take money out of the nutrition title and put it over here in the farm title. That's where it belongs. That's where we have needs. And conversely, I heard from the nutrition title folks, take the money out of the ag programs. Don't pay anybody else to not grow corn, but let's help us feed our people in the country better. And the surprise I got was I didn't hear any of that, because I think our farmers recognize that the people who subscribe to the nutrition title, the people who need access to food in our country are their customer. They have a great need, and the farmers are producing that. And I also heard from the nutrition title folks, you know what, we need a healthy and strong agriculture to make sure that we can feed our people and the people who need it. And that was a wonderful surprise, and I think bodes well for us. We don't need a smaller farm bill. We need a good farm bill that helps us establish a responsive and resilient food supply system right here in the United States, right here in New York State. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Undersecretary Robert Bonnie and let him make a few comments. But thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for being here and your input today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's good to be with all of you. I know the Secretary is disappointed he couldn't make it. You've got a cheap substitute in me. I was with the Secretary when we worked on the 2014 Farm Bill, and that bill was supposed to pass in 2012. It ended up passing in 2014. And the Secretary was always keen in saying this is not a farm bill, this is a food, farm, and rural prosperity bill. In a jar that he kept on his desk, and any staff member that said farm bill instead of food, farm, and rural prosperity bill had to put $1 in that jar. I ended up having to put a lot of dollars in that jar. I will refer to it to the Farm Bill today, but I think the Secretary's broader point is exactly right. And the Commissioner made this point. The Farm Bill is about a lot of things. It's about a lot of things. And the trick for all of us is to build the coalitions on all the issues we work on to influence the Farm Bill and to build a Farm Bill that works for all of agriculture. So Farm Bill is about nutrition security. Again, the Commissioner talked about that as well. The largest bulk of the funds are for our nutrition programs. But it's also about linking farmers to consumers. It's about the food system and how we do a better job of linking farms, of getting greater appreciation amongst consumers for what it is farmers do, and creating a better food system. It's about our farm safety net. You'll hear a lot about crop insurance, other disaster programs. There'll probably be a robust conversation about those things, particularly in the wake of a devastating drought in the West wildfires in the West, extreme weather events. So this farm safety net will certainly be at the center of a lot of conversations. Recognizing, particularly in the wake of the war in Ukraine, the importance of productivity, of agricultural productivity. We've just surpassed 8 billion people globally, and we need to feed them, and so production matters. Farm Bill is about equity. How do we ensure that the door is open for everybody? Small farmers, medium-sized, large farmers. How do we make sure our historically underserved producers, tribes and others get to play? How do we create a bigger place at the table for urban agriculture? All those things are vitally important, and that lens of equity will be really, really important. Farm Bill is about climate change. We're developing an incentive-based, voluntary, producer-led approach to climate change that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and keep agriculture profitable. Of course, it's important to recognize agriculture's been doing climate for a long time. It just hadn't always been called climate smart. We need to recognize agriculture for what it has done and look for ways that we can expand climate smart agriculture. Farm Bill is a conservation bill. It's the most important conservation bill that Congress periodically passes. There are billions of dollars to work in partnership with private forest owners, private ranchers, private farmers, and others and other partners to put conservation on the land that keeps farmers farming, keeps ranchers ranching, that keeps forests in forest production. Incredibly important. The most important thing Congress does on conservation is the Farm Bill. And speaking of forests, it's a forest bill, right? How do we create new markets for wood products, whether it be cross-laminated timber or dealing with fire issues in the West where we need markets for small diameter timber? How do we increase the restoration of our forests to address all kinds of things? It's a rural development bill, rural broadband, rural industry. How do we support local markets for food? How do we invest in those things? How do we provide loans to rural communities to improve rural prosperity? The Farm Bill is a competition bill. How do we, if you've ever talked to a rancher, you've never had a rancher tell you, yeah, I'm getting paid too much for my cattle, right? How do we increase competition so that farmers do better at the, whether it's livestock operations or otherwise? How do we ensure that there's competition there that will support agriculture? It's a research bill. The investments we make in our land-grant universities and in technology, in innovation that can allow us to feed a growing world even while we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve the nutrition security of our people is critically important. It's all those things and more. I've left a lot of stuff off the list. But the most important thing is that the ideas that go into a farm bill are generated from folks in rooms like this, and building the coalitions to make sure we get a farm bill that serves all of agriculture is critically important, and the work you all do is critically important. And I'll just conclude by saying, let me tell you what USDA does as part of the farm bill. We don't write the farm bill. Congress writes the Farm Bill. There will be things that the administration leans into that we're interested in that we'll put our shoulder to. But we provide a lot of technical assistance. We provide technical assistance to Congress. We work with the committees. We provide technical assistance to organizations that come to us and ask how certain policies or changes might work. The Farm Bill, the commissioner talked about it. The Farm Bill is about partnerships, and writing the Farm Bill is about partnerships and creating those coalitions. And I think the conversation today will lend to that. I'll look forward to that conversation. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here alongside my friend and colleague, Commissioner Ball, and Undersecretary Bonnie, and Representative Molinaro, and Ned. Thank you to you, all of your team, and the Northeast Carbon Alliance for putting all the work in to pull us together here today. I think this is going to be a really exciting conversation. I'm also really pleased to be here with farmers. I think any farm bill conversation is better when you have farmers in the room, and that's fantastic. And I'm also excited about the other distinguished guests who are here. Wanted to just say that includes Katie Boss from Maine Farmland Trust, who you'll be hearing more from later on. And also, I'm really pleased to be here with my Director of Policy and Engagement, Emily Horton, sitting in the table over there. And we're really lucky. She brings some important firsthand experience, having worked with our U.S. representative, Shelley Pingree, before she came to the department. So she's been through a farm bill, and we're excited to glean, the knowledge that she and experience that she had gained from that experience. So the Farm Bill reauthorization process, as we know, is an opportunity to look at many important farm and nutrition policies at the federal level. It provides numerous essential programs and tools for our farmers in particular, which we're very grateful for. We all know that the world has seen some real shifts since the last reauthorization of the last Farm Bill, and I really look forward to the opportunity to address the needs that have arisen or been exacerbated during this time, and to work together to determine how best to support our farmers and the agricultural sector as a whole in the face of shifting markets, disruptions in supply chains, infrastructure gaps and bottlenecks, rising food insecurity, the very real threat of climate change, and a greater need than ever to be focused on farmer well-being and mental health, just to name a few issues that are top of our minds in our work every day at the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and I know are on the minds of folks here in New York and elsewhere as well. In Maine, we've really strived to build a department that is a department for all, whether big, small, conventional, organic, urban, rural, established, multi-generational, or startup. It has been important to us that all kinds of producers have a seat at the table, and that we're building our programmatic offerings to meet the widest range of needs. Something that we've known for a long time, and which the pandemic pointedly illustrated, is that food system resilience lives in that diversity. So as a starting place for us is that we want the next Farm Bill to be one that acknowledges that reality, one that contains benefits and protections of all kinds of farms, for all kinds of farms and all kinds of farmers. In Maine, we recently surveyed farmers, food producers, and sector stakeholders asking for firsthand input on the programs needed most in the Farm Bill and from the USDA. The top reported impact is that there is a need for more grants, specifically grants for smaller farms, to address a whole variety of needs, from on-farm infrastructure to launch value-added activities and other identified needs. Climate concerns ranked second, and with irrigation opportunities to enhance carbon sequestration mentioned most frequently. And that climate piece is very much top of mind, as we had sort of a split reality in Maine last summer, with part of our state being in drought for much of the summer and part of our state being just fine. So it's an interesting experience. Addressing PFAS contamination ranked third highest among our respondents. And although ultimately we expect that a very small percentage of our farms will be directly impacted by PFAS contamination, there are numerous effects that ripple through and are felt by the agricultural community as a whole, which we're very cognizant of. Forest health, particularly concerning invasive insects and plants, ranked the next highest. And finally, respondents raised equal concerns about the need for more processing facilities, a review of regulations, labor shortages, and a lack of training. So we know that many of these issues will be raised beyond Maine by many states in the Northeast and across the country, and Maine is excited to work collaboratively, including through NEASDA and NASDA, as we elevate these issues in Washington. So today, our goal is to discuss a number of these priorities, including soil health and equitable resources for all. In Maine, we are also working on state-level initiatives to support these latter two issues in particular, which include actively looking at our agricultural programs, grants, and resources to ensure that we are properly serving historically underserved communities. developing a healthy soils program within our Bureau of Agriculture under the purview of our new state soil scientist, working with the USDA's Agroforestry Center to add an agroforestry track to our annual agricultural trade show, which will be taking place in January 10th till 12th. You're all invited. And being deeply engaged in the work of our Governor's Climate Council, both in building and implementing our state's climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, which just won the American Planning Association's 2022 Resilience and Sustainability Award. We're also excited that our climate action plan has important targets for increased farmland protection and access to and consumption of Maine-grown foods embedded in it, and the opportunities that has presented to work with our stakeholders and our partners to reach these goals. We know that there are many USDA programs that already exist that support and are complementary of much of this important work. Some of those programs may need changes. They may need more funding, or perhaps we need to look at new programs and opportunities that need to be addressed. All of this is to say, we have lots of important pieces to talk about today, and I'm excited to be here all together to have this important conversation. So with that, I thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from and learning more from all of you as the day progresses.
Good morning, and thank you. It's a privilege to join my colleagues here. Admittedly, Ned didn't know who to invite to this forum until early Wednesday, November the 9th, and so my invitation came a little bit late, and nevertheless, still glad to be here. Let me offer to you, first and foremost, obviously I've spent my entire adult life in state and local government, and what crafting legislation looks like in the New York State Assembly is significantly different. In particular, as Commissioner Ball knows, serving in a ultra minority in the State Assembly, my voice was often heard, but rarely did they write it down. That said, and spending the rest of my public service career in local government, I certainly know the transition to the House is going to require a lot of energy, and it's going to be a bit of a learning curve, but one that I'm prepared for. I do want to, however, tell you that taking part in what I hope is reauthorization and enhancement of the Farm Bill could very well be, for me and for us, one of the most significant actions the Congress, the House of Representatives, the federal government might take in at least this first year of this new session. I live under the perhaps ignorant hope that the Farm Bill provides us an opportunity to cut through some of the partisan conflict that often paralyzes the Congress and instead focus on something that clearly has broad support across the ideological spectrum and party enrollment. I'm hopeful that Republicans and Democrats in the House can find common ground in reauthorization and enhancement of the Farm Bill. And I want you to know that I've requested from leadership the opportunity to serve on the Ag Committee to represent this district. I'm not here to tell you what I think the bill ought to address, but I would like to offer to you what informs my thinking. First, I'm a kid who grew up on food stamps. And so I know firsthand the value and the nexus between farm and food security and access to quality food product and nutrition. I know the importance of the subsidy that that we provide families and individuals that is necessary to ensure kids have adequate access to quality lunches in schools, and that there's a connection between those who living in inner city and the product and food that may in the past have been produced in rural farmland, but now can be produced in their very neighborhood, perhaps even right behind their school building. I'm also, for the last 12 years, a county executive that has made farming and farmland protection a priority. Only 2 decades ago, you could have written the obituary for farming in Dutchess and perhaps by extension the Hudson Valley. But we doubled down on the necessity of not only supporting farmers through the establishment of an agricultural navigator to help individual farmers navigate through the bureaucracy, but also expanding ag education by supporting 4-H and Future Farmers of America programming in districts that you would expect, like Pine Plains, and ones that you wouldn't, like Wappinger Central, the largest centralized school district in the state of New York. But we also put a premium working and partnering with Scenic Hudson on the preservation of the natural resource, the land, the water, the soil. In Dutchess, over the course of the last 12 years, we've preserved over 8,500 acres of active farmland, working to connect not only those large farmers and the support, thankfully, to land trusts like Scenic Hudson and Dutchess Land Conservancy and the partnership with the state of New York. We're able to leverage federal, state, and local dollars by committing in our county $1 million a year to the preservation of land, the purchase of development rights. But what we did, which I think is critically important, and I'm hopeful the federal government can invest and lean in on this, is not only to simply preserve the land, but to help make sure that dollars got to farmers to protect and preserve and expand farming. I see the Farm Bill as a rural development and, quite frankly, a community development bill. And what that means for us, from my own experience, is preserving what we must in the rural parts of our community and using those resources to invest in city development, village and hamlet development, and ensuring that there's that connection. And for me, what that I think means is, again, protecting that land, but trying to ensure that there is reinvestment in our community centers and ensuring that there's that balance. And the Farm Bill, I think, provides us that opportunity. And beyond that, of course, the Farm Bill may provide a common ground for us to address climate change in a productive way, and perhaps with small and maybe even some large steps through the reauthorization of the bill, we might advance broader policy in a way that seems less partisan and less confrontational. But I'm not here to talk. We're here to listen today. I'm grateful for that opportunity. Caitlin Daly, who works with me, has grown up in farming, still farms here in Columbia County. I know because I get her eggs from time to time. But will play an important role as we develop what I hope will be an agriculture advisory board and committee for the 19th Congressional District. I often joke that while my stepdad grew up in running a small dairy farm in Stormville, New York, which is now a subdivision, as many are in southern Dutchess County, my very first job was in farming. Ned knows this. I decided that I wanted to learn how to ride horses, so I went to the local horse farm in Tivoli, New York. Yes, Commissioner, I was once the youngest mayor in America. I just like to remind myself that I was once younger than I am now. And I asked if I could learn to ride, and the woman who owned the farm said, well, I'd be happy to, but in order to learn to ride, you have to learn how to take care of the horses. And I said, fine. And she said, well, can you shovel horse manure? I said, well, I don't know, but I guess I can learn. So I spent about 5-6 years trading, shoveling horse manure and cleaning horse stalls in exchange for learning how to ride. I only tell you this story because it seems to me that 6 years of shoveling horse manure should prepare me very well for serving in the House of Representatives. Thanks very much.
Morning, everyone, and welcome again. I say good morning, but I'm going to channel my colleague and dear friend Richard Ball, who at this time I would say good morning. When I would meet him at the Carrot Barn, he would say, hey, Pete, good afternoon. So I just want to thank everyone for joining us. This portion of the event will be focusing on hearing from the voices of agriculture. So we have many beautiful and capable colleagues operating farms of all shapes and sizes across the region and across state lines. We're going to share their perspectives on farming, their practices, their dreams, their aspirations for what farming should be, and how state and federal government can assist either by getting out of the way sometimes or helping support their practices. So in this process, we have a number of colleagues who will come and they'll be presenting from the back of the room. There will be some brief question and answer. We're going to rely on Commissioner and the Undersecretary, the Commissioners, and our Congressman-elect to ask some questions, but we're going to try to get through as many as we can. So with that, I'm going to open up and we'll begin. We're blessed to have Sarah Chase, and so Sarah, if you can come and present, please.
Hello. Is it already on? Yes. Hi, I'm Sarah Chase. I'm a third-generation dairy farmer at Chase Home Farm in Pine Plains, New York. We also raise beef cattle and hogs, and I grow the forages for those cattle. I guess the first thing I was going to say is that I have had an incredible privilege of being a generational farmer, and so the land that I farm, though I also lease a bunch of land in our area, is easy for me to access, and it's incredibly secure. So just a first point for the Farm Bill, thoughts, just making land access a priority for young farmers, beginning farmers, and farmers of color in particular. And access, but also a path to ownership, which was mentioned earlier, and I really appreciate that part. Over the last couple of years, Chase Home has been part of the Hudson Valley Carbon Farming Project, and the way that program in general has been, I've appreciated it because it's focusing on how all sorts of different styles of farms in our area are able to practice climate resilient and regenerative techniques on our farms. And I was one of the dairies in that study, but it's sort of like also small, not just cover cropping for larger scale farms or things that we know sort of work in certain ways, but how can you implement practices on small farms that also have an impact, that are scaled for smaller farms and more maybe accessible. So the two projects we worked on at Chase Home were first an interseeding one where I was no-till drilling into existing hay fields. They're also grazing fields, but to see if I could be sort of like rebooting the soil, putting in energetic new seeds that would be bringing in lots of photosynthetic, energy, and giving the soil a boost in those on those acres. The other project we worked on was it's called bale grazing. So in the winter, instead of having our cattle in barns, which is partly an infrastructure problem and partly a, how can we make the best of what we've got situation, but we put our hay out on the field before winter. So also instead of just bringing 1 or 2 or 3 bales a day to a group, we set them all out in a grid in November. So we can just move the cows through paddocks with electric fencing. And this way the cows they're gonna be on, let's say, we pick like a field that needs special support, one that didn't do well in the year before. And that gives us the opportunity to move the cows through, add nutrients via the hay bale, the manure, and the urine from the cattle. Plus, we use dry hay, and the dry hay in that case gives us the opportunity to be reseeding a little bit. From like a first cutting hay, you'll have desirable seeds in that mix, and it'll be reseeding it while the cows are sort of stomping it in the ground there, getting some good seed soil contact. And for us, we've noticed that through the years, each year is its own experiment, but if you look out on one of those hillsides in the early spring, you'll see that the areas where the bales were and where the cows were are little rings of a darker green, giving you just a sense that there's more nutrients there, that the plants are able to thrive. I have a fair bit of orchard grass on our farm, which tends to seed out early. And I've been walking through fields where the places where the bale was, the grass is still relaxed, where the grass next to it is already sort of stressed out and seeded out. The other thing I wanted to mention was about strengthening local food systems and changing, USDA food procurement programs to help give small and regenerative farmers like an access point for selling to institutions and food access partners in our regions. It really diversifies the opportunity for farmers to sell their goods. It keeps the nutrition that we're focusing on by farming in the way we do right in our communities. I think it really strengthens the food web in that way. I feel like I'm out of time, but okay, cool. Thank you.
So our panel, any quick questions for Sarah? Okay, next we have Shannon Sullivan with K&O Farm. And Shannon, if you can join us, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Shannon O'Sullivan. I'm a first-generation farmer up in Holland Patton, New York. We just got 2.5 feet of snow over the weekend. So we've been there for about 3 years now. We are renting all of that acreage from another farmer. We're super grateful to have that opportunity, but it's also posed a lot of challenges to us over those last couple of years. So our main business is organic grass-fed dairy. We ship to Maple Hill, which is an organic grass-fed company. And it puts us in a little bit of a unique position because we are trying to compete with more commercial-sized dairy farms as a first-generation farm on land that we don't own. And it puts us in a really unique position as far as battling a lot of infrastructure problems and rebuilding previously damaged lands. So a little background on me. I've been in the dairy industry for about 10 years. I've been herd managers on large 1,500 cow conventional farms and organic farms, graduated from Morrisville, so I have a lot of different perspectives on the dairy industry in particular. Right now, our biggest challenge has been affordable land access. A lot of what we have been seeing over the last 5 years that we've been looking at starting a farm is land that we can afford is usually pretty degraded. It usually doesn't have any infrastructure on it, and there's almost never accessibility to a milk market, which means that we do not have a way to access funding in a traditional sense if we don't have a commercial milk market to ship our milk to. So at the moment, we have been trying to get funding to purchase another farm in a different location with much more infrastructure, but the challenge is now starting operations, moving through over 3 years, and then stopping, moving somewhere else, starting again. So that land access issue is a really big deal, and it also prevents us from being able to access programs like EQIP. We cannot access grassland CRP. We cannot access a lot of the programs that USDA, FSA, and NRCS or Soil and Water have to offer that work really well for other farmers because we rent on a year-to-year basis, and it's just not our land. So being able to find programs that would give us access to non-permanent infrastructure that we could move with us, giving us access to being able to utilize different pieces of equipment and machinery would be huge for us, especially because we are growing to a commercial size dairy. So, you know, we're moving to milking 80, 100 cows on, 300 acres of land. So that's very difficult to do without any permanent infrastructure. Along with that, we're trying to get to the next phase by making all of our own feed. So we're requiring huge loads on machinery, equipment, being able to maintain those things efficiently, and reducing the amount of diesel, oil, and all of the other things that we utilize, and doing that in a competitive way to our large-scale neighbors. So, that's who I am. That's my farm. I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, our next presenters are Nick and Chris Close from Echo Valley Farms in Red Hook.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nick Close. I am, second generation now on Echo Valley Farm, which has been in our family for 80 years this May. But it has been a property of 103 acres that has been continuously farmed since the 1750s. So we take great pride in the history of our space. We're also a member of Scenic Hudson. We currently right now are a hay making farm. And I say that in parentheses, in quotations, because we're in the process of recognizing, we took some time out and we recognized the soil health and the kind of general the well-being of the farm over the last couple of years, and we recognized that we've been taking and not been giving back in a sustainable or kind of modern farming technique. We had animals on the farm in the past, but we never had enough animals to kind of provide a good balance, nor did we have the education that we needed. So what we're doing right now is we are making a concerted effort to try to increase the soil health and fertility of our farm, recognizing that good pasture and hay fields are going to be a way for us to help offset lots of the costs associated with having 100 acres of farm land. And also, we're concerned about the future. We want to make sure that the next generation that are to come to follow us will have a viable space to use in the future. So what we're doing currently right now is with NRCS and the Dutchess County Soil and Water Conservation District, we have received some grant monies to put in electric fencing around the property to preserve our wetlands and our water areas to our west, on our western border. We've contracted with a local Angus cattle producer who is helping us. We are using a rotational grazing program to increase the soil fertility on the land. We're also using no-till cover cropping to also increase our soil tilth. We're also utilizing organic fertilizer applications in order to help bring back the fertility of the land. As Ned can attest, he's one of our neighbors. They didn't particularly like our chicken litter going down that much on their walks, but that's part of the cost of doing business in a farm area. One of the things that we are concerned about, as all small farms are, is costs. The costs of diesel fuel, the costs of machinery, the cost of fencing, the cost of animals, the cost of all that, and how to produce enough of a benefit on the farm to be able to offset those costs is always a constant struggle. We are not full-time farmers. We are trying to do the best we can as stewards of the land. One of the things that we have done in the past is you've just spoken about providing access to the farm. We have leased out our land to a CSA for 5 years. It was a really very positive experience for us on many sides, and there were some struggles on the other sides. And so one of the things that we're concerned about as our farm is to figure out ways that we could possibly figure out how to manage that into the future so that we can encourage more people to come onto the land and use it for agricultural use. But there are tensions there are struggles. So it's a difficult balance. The other thing that we're very concerned about is the influx of invasive species that has taken over our areas. It's coming down through the water, it's coming through the landscaping businesses, it's whatever. We're seeing a huge increase of, what's it called, bitter root? Orient bitter root. It's that, the multifloral rose, the canary reed grass. It's a constant struggle just to kind of maintain what we have. It takes a lot of effort and energy, and we are trying to stay away from the application of anything that is, not organic, which is getting very hard. And finally, one of the things that we're also, as our family farm is concerned about, is figuring out ways, again, because of costs, to develop other ancillary businesses that can help us offset and also provide a resource and a revenue and a collecting point for people in the community. So whether that's through wedding and convention spaces similar to this, or whether it's maple sugar production and experiences, apiaries, all that kind of stuff, we're all into it. We're all focused on trying to do what we can in the most regenerative and sustainable way possible, but recognizing that there's dwindling interest, especially with younger generations, and I'm concerned about that in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next presenter is Brian Chittenden from Dutch Hollow Dairy Farm in Stuyvesant.
Well, good morning. My name is Brian Chittenden. I feel a little ill-prepared for such a significant event. But anyway, I represent Dutch Hollow Farm, which is there's 9 members now in our partnership, which spans 3 generations. It was much more efficient as a dictatorship. We milk 950 cows, and we're farming right at 2,000 acres. Our markets, all of our milk is niche marketed to sometimes artisan cheese, but it's all going into a specialty product, and there's demand enough for us. We're having trouble meeting our demand for our own milk. We're also co-owners or partners in Hudson Valley Fresh, which has a full line of dairy products from all through the Hudson Valley down through the city. The farm practices, and we participate in so many of the programs that the Farm Bill has. The acronyms, I could probably use up the whole alphabet through the FSA agency, NRCS. But I will, in short, say as far as, I share this, even though we're a large farm, I share the same concerns with water quality, soil erosion, and rebuilding that soil as well. So for 20-some years, every stitch of corn crop that's removed for silage has been cover cropped. This past year, every stitch of manure that's been applied, with the exception of that on hay crop during the summer, is incorporated. We're just trying to capture everything we can, make sure it stays where it is, and utilize everything we have on the home farm. We also provide services. We sell feed to a small startup dairy, deliver them a mixed ration at the back door as a cost control on their side. We do custom farming for other farms as well, whether it be organic, grass-fed, or a commercial operation. We do market some grain and some excess hay, and things that on the horizon as far as addressed by the Farm Bill. I will say, and something that's not necessarily climate, but the dairy margin, that's become a very important part of our managing our income. We look to have 50% of our milk contracted and protected. That's a goal. And all the other acronyms, everything that comes through the FSA, and then going forward, I share some of the same concerns that I've heard everybody touch on, is access to labor, and not meaning just someone to milk the cows, but there's a $500,000 machine with a GPS system. Having somebody that can utilize that technology and understand it and make it work, but also the services. We currently have, in the livestock world in this area, we have 1 veterinarian that's covering a tri-state area. 1 practice, 2 vets. So, some of these things, not just labor, but the services that accompany it. And land access, there's been a new player in the last few years in this area. It's not just farmer competing against farmer. We have outside individuals with different industries that's becoming very important for us to participate and keep up with our rents, cash rents that we're required to pay and that. So, that's a new thing is land access. I believe most of the land I rent, I was sitting here as people talk about, is the land I rent, probably 75% of it is owned by people that are over the age of 70. So, what's going to happen when you have a nine people, 3 generations working together on the farm, whether it's large, small, looking forward, that land access, that ability to labor, the marketing. And then the other thing is as we're getting into, renewable, one of the things I see in our crystal ball with our operation now that we've gotten to the size is methane digesters. And that brings in a whole new structure of management and investment, but also when we get talking about the investment is who's getting the carbon credits and where some of that's going. So, and I do much better on a question and answer than I do stand up and speaking. So corner me if you would, please.
Great farm. All jerseys.
Thank you, Brian. Next we have Sachem Hawkstorm. Thank you, Sachem.
Wipanachana. Hello, my name is Sachem Robert Hawkstorm Yawana. I am Sachem, chief of the Schaghticoke First Nations, a historic indigenous peoples whose ancestral territory includes the Hudson and Harlem Valley regions of New York. We're very concerned about the state of our forests and food systems, and our community has recently engaged in an agro-food forestry project in Columbia County, New York. Our goal on this land is ecosystem restoration, reconnecting communities with the land, and providing a real-time example of food-focused initiative that is based on the use of indigenous traditional ecological knowledge, a conservation and cultural center with an international indigenous exchange program. And what I think would be helpful for the work that we're doing would be direct access to funds and to land. Because of centuries of discrimination, land-based communities in particular, indigenous peoples and other people of color need access to funding. We have often been shut out of and forgotten during these types of discussions. Whenever possible, these should be funds that are unrestricted, such as general operating grants with minimal reporting. A clear path of support navigating governmental bureaucracy to engage other forms of assistance would also be helpful. Our people often don't know where to find these types of information, and once there, the process can be overwhelming. We call our 73 acres of land Kaskawak, place of the heron. And over the last 2 years, we have planted nearly 3,000 trees, pounds and pounds of seeds, ginseng and other medicines, hundreds of berry bushes and other soil fixers like black locust. We have planted nut and fruit trees. These are foods that need to be in our environment. It's not just important to protect our environment and our forest, but is also just as important, if not more important, to repair the biodiversity of the broken ecosystems that have been neglected here since the development of New York City. Some of these exploitative practices include farming sheep, the charcoal industry, and mining. Our forests are beautiful, and people come from everywhere to see the beautiful landscape, but they are lacking in biodiversity, especially in the food. From my perspective, when we speak about food security, we are not looking at the 18.6 million acres of forest that we have in New York. Only 3.6 million of that is protected at public lands. And how protected is that? Local municipalities do not get the funding to properly protect these forests, let alone produce food from them. If we are serious about protecting these forests, we should be repairing the damage caused by the past and promoting area-appropriate sustainable agro-food forestry initiatives. Now, I told you about Cascoac. This 73 acres is not a field. It is a forest, a beautiful forest of maple and oak. There are other trees, like the black ash, which are dying because of the ash borer. We are also dealing with various invasive species, as we heard before. While we strive to be good examples of land stewardship, we also want to assist others to do similar work. But as I mentioned earlier, resources are an issue. For example, if we had the ability to build four-season greenhouses and vertical encapsulated greenhouses, we could grow trees, bushes, medicines, soil fixers, mycelia, etc., and provide these trees to land-based initiatives such as the Columbia Land Trust, Dutchess Land Conservancy, Appalachian Trails Committee, etc., as well as many other local land stewards that we know. This way they could plant these trees and repair the biodiversity and food systems of the lands that they're caretaking. And it's not just the trees, it's all 9 layers of biodiversity that need to be in place for a healthy environment and a climatic resilient ecosystem. Scotticoke First Nations works with indigenous peoples from all throughout the U.S., its territories, and the world. We know so many indigenous, brown, and black communities and groups doing amazing work. These groups should be supported, but we don't have the voice or support we need from the governmental or other sectors to bring the scalable work to its true potential. Now, I know we are focused on farmers here in this discussion, but I feel that the term should include the forest farmers and foragers. We also need to discuss how contemporary agriculture affects the forests and how we can link these two approaches to engage lands so we can make a positive difference for our present and future generations. By expanding the concept of farming to include sustainable agro-food forestry, we can increase the availability of clean, affordable, healthy, seasonal foods for so many people while better stewarding our precious biodiversity. Agro-food forestry considers the mycelia to the roots, the soil to fungi, the vines, the bushes, the fruit trees, the nut trees, as well as all the plant medicines that go with it. Farmers of all kinds, large and small, can be engaged to not only repair our biodiversity, but to bring back our forest foods to our tables. Government and other sectors need to empower vulnerable and marginalized communities to help be a solution towards the good health and well-being of our present and future generations. Oniwe Nikichach Westid.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll now hear from Keith Stewart.
Hello, everybody. My name is Keith Stewart. For 33 years, I grew organic vegetables, herbs, and some fruit on a farm that my wife and I own. Garlic was our biggest crop. We call it our signature crop. Most years, I hired 7 or 8 mostly young Americans who would live and work on the farm. We sold our produce twice weekly at the Union Square Green Market in Manhattan. It's a really good farmer's market. Good enough that at the end of a day, I would be disappointed if I did not have several $1,000s in my pocket, or fanny pack, usually. Our regenerative practices included crop rotation, crop diversity, cover cropping, fallow periods, using composts and manures, all according to organic standards. 2 years ago, I retired from the vegetable growing business, though I still do a bit of puttering around on the farm, like mowing fields, seeding cover crops, making compost. And lately, I've developed a passion for planting trees. I also do a bit of writing. But more significant, the farm is still commercially productive. 2 former employees, now a couple, are growing and marketing their own diversified organic crops. Most recently, or very recently, I should say, they gave birth to their first child, a little boy. So we are definitely a multi-generational farm. Regarding state and federal resources, a couple of years ago, I received funding to build a static aerated composting system. I'm very grateful for that. The funds came from the Orange County Soil and Water Conservation District, and I think they received them from the umbrella group, the Hudson Valley Carbon Farming Project. So what would I like to see in the new Farm Bill? I've come up with 3 things. Number 1, I'd like to see more initiatives aimed at holding on to farmland in the Northeast, i.e. protecting it from development. In the Northeast, we have a fairly stable growing season with predictable temperatures and rainfall. We also have fairly decent surface and groundwater. Sadly, you cannot say this of many of the traditional food-producing areas in the U.S., which increasingly have to deal with extreme heat, droughts, fires, floods, and so on. That was number 1, if you can pull that off. 2, I'd like to see greater support for young farmers starting out. Startup costs, labor, and especially land prices are so much higher than when I got going 30-odd years ago. It seems starting out now is a pretty steep hill to climb. 3, and the last, I would like to see resources go toward encouraging more diversification on Northeastern farms. By that I mean combining livestock, cows, chickens, pigs, goats, whatever, with vegetables and other crop production. I think they do this here on Liberty Farms, as I understand. It sounds a bit anachronistic, but I know I'm not the only person who thinks that allowing animals into cropland periodically and even rotations between crops and animals is very good for soil health and fertility, certainly along with reduced tillage. So I'll just end by saying the couple who are growing veggies at our place now are using less than 5 acres. There are many more, a total of about 88. So that is an open invitation to anyone who would like to bring in some cattle or a little promotion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. We'll now welcome Dominic Palumbo from Moon in the Pond Farm in Shefford, Mass.
Hi, my name is Dominic Palumbo. I'm from Sheffield, Massachusetts, not too far away over the line. I'm a first-generation farmer. I've been farming for about 30 years, and I came to it rather indirectly. I was working in New York City, and it was suggested that organic farms were needed for markets in New York City. At the time, organic was pretty fringe, and I was into that sort of thing. So, and I thought, foolishly, as you all know, I thought I could make some money. And I established my farm with the idea that that diversity was something that I wanted to experience there. I didn't want to farm or grow food on a scale that was not human or that was not enjoyable to me. So as I was working I was doing other work that was providing most of my income. I had the luxury to be able to do that. Through the 30 years that I've been farming, I would say that the one thing that I would emphasize is diversity. We've heard it over and over again here today, and I think that most of the farms that are here are very keen on that. In terms of government and subsidies and farm bills, I always felt that the scale that I was working at, these things were not applicable to me specifically because of the diversity and the small scale operation that I had. So I never really much bothered with trying to get government money or going down that road. But in the last couple of years in my old age, I thought that maybe I should try to take advantage of that. And what I found even still working with NRCS, for example, is that there's not a category for silvopasture. There's not a designation for putting cattle and combining cattle and forestry that can make that work, that they fund. And so what I would like to suggest is that the Farm Bill look at encouraging diversity. Specifically, I'd like to echo some of the earlier comments that infrastructure is key and unrestricted funding is key. Lots of bureaucracy doesn't make it easy for small farms that are diverse to be able to utilize funds. Furthermore, I'd like to say that farmers market infrastructure is also, I think, very important. That farmers markets give new farmers entrance into farming, and depending on private organizations to carry that out is sketchy. If we look at other countries, farmers markets are subsidized and maintained, funded by local governments, and most of our farmers markets have little or no infrastructure. And in terms of food stamps and subsidies for use, we at farmers markets, small farmers markets and small producers see very little of that money. And studies have shown that in order to get the people that need food assistance most into the marketplace, into the farmers markets, you have to give them a significant amount of money in order to make it worthwhile for them to change their habits and to shop in a different place. And oftentimes I think that the money that goes to let me say this, the farmers market nutrition programs need more subsidy. People need to be able to spend money. That's a double bang, and so I'd like to mention that. I think also examples can be taken from private funders. The American Farmland Trust recently started a grant program that's small scale and provides funding. Government agencies could look at that example. The Harold Grinspoon Foundation in Massachusetts is doing a similar sort of thing. Those those monies have been enormous helps to small farms. So I think that's a good example. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Amy and Gail Hepworth from Hepworth Farms.
I had to bring her up here because she's the more sophisticated one. So I'm Amy and my twin sister Gail. I come from a multi-generational farm. We've been farming on the same land since the 1700s. And I'd like to give you the good news that we've increased our facility since I've been at the helm for 40 years practicing and studying singularly focused attention on regenerative agriculture and sustainability. Throughout our generational farming lives, in the 70s, we almost went out of business. By the time I graduated high school, my mom said, that's it. This is enough of us working hard for barely sustainable livelihoods. She sold land to send us all to go to universities. I was fortunate to land at Cornell, where I was told I'm not allowed back to the farm, find another occupation, but I was struck by a course in geology that explained the life-threatening food security, demographics, climate change, mass migration from the farms. I felt it was a big enough problem for me to focus on, and I've dedicated the rest of my life to it, and nonstop. So this is a very dear, passionate, extremely important conversation in regenerative agriculture. So what we do, I practice since 1982 whole farm alive systems approach, which focuses on increasing the biological and life force within our ecosystem, and it focuses on our trees and our environment, our marginal spaces. It focuses on our workers, and it's a system that is all about interconnectedness. And this is it's sustainability in regenerative agriculture is extremely about continuing. It's generational. I do think that multi-generational farmers are very misinterpreted. We are the ones who do the most feeding of the whole foods in the entire food networking. And while we look very successful, it's how you measure success. For instance, I came from a 900-acre commercial fruit farm that had a successful roadside marketing, and we started a marketing co-op with 12 other farmers. And then now, reduced down to learn about regenerative agriculture, we had to go very, very small, and I had to learn all the medicines and the trees and the plants and the insects, and it was very involved. So we went and studied on 1 acre to 5 acres to 10 acres to 25 acres. And then we had another situational event that happened in 2008 where there was a mass exodus, again, of family farms in the 70s, where in 2008, the crash happened, and all these farms that were sold to developers were now available again. So we started an economic revival in our community where we would start up a 50-acre farm, and we realized that that was $1 million local stimulus package. So don't underestimate the power of the economy in agriculture. And all of our new age fundamental thinking around our economy, what we really need to know is economic growth. It just can't be rampant and run amok for profit or whatever it is. It has to be within the boundaries and the confine of our environment. It has to have a check. It can no longer be just whatever we want because of money. We have to have it. If it's detrimental to the environment, it needs an evaluation. So, of course, I want to keep going on about what I do because it's so important and I'm so passionate about it. But I will tell you that in this system that we practice, our soil health goes up. It's not really affordable to farm the way I do, but it's a lifestyle. But we are on the brink again of losing it. And I think this farm bill could fundamentally help us get there. Now, how did we tumble and fall? Because in 2018, the farm bill
had unintentional consequences.
Negative, very well intended. Let's all grow hemp. Well, I'll tell you what, that hemp put a lot of farmers out of business and continues today to be a very, very serious issue with something that's so incredibly regenerative. This plant has been with us for 10,000 years.
Cannabis.
And it needs to be grown outdoors. It needs to be free. It shouldn't be we who work it behind fences. We have to get out of this prohibition mindset. This is a very easy decision. Grow it outdoors, bridge it with greenhouse grow, which supplements with light, as opposed to indoors. This is New York State's, has to be not bought out by this industrial complex again. This is very plain and simply one of the easiest, quickest fix to helping sequester and having a bridge for agricultural entities. Now, because I like to explain a lot of things about what we do, I'm going to shut up soon. One, what are we going to do for the Farm Bill? We're going to support and keep very clear our mission and support the land-grant universities, Cornell Cooperative Extension, and the agricultural research stations. They are the lifeline to what we do. They serve to educate us. They serve to provide us with very important technology. They have to be funded. This is mandatory. They need increased funding in order to bridge this gap in regenerative agriculture. It's absolutely a necessity. And like I say, multi-generational farms are very misunderstood. And while I understand the sustainability of small agriculture, and I believe in it, I've practiced it, I still have market gardens today. Even though we grow 500 acres of organic vegetables, we serve many different markets, Whole Foods to the food bank. We literally grow food for the food bank. We served 71,000 meals last year, and this is as important to us as having people pay the right price for the food. There is a systemic problem, and we're, without offending anybody here, our economy and our agricultural system has a repressed food system, and it's I think Gail will better speak to that, but it is, I mean, I hate to say this word, but I mean, it's a slave-based institution.
I definitely want to talk about that.
And it just has to be addressed in simple language and let us not take that language as an insult. It's reality. And you're going to do that. Let me get through what I want from the Farm Bill. We have to subsidize labor in this country. It is not the responsibility of the farmer to change this system. We are really flat out broke, and we're losing farms. And if we keep putting the pressure to solve all of these ecological, regenerative, systemic problems and leave it to the farmer to solve, we will disappear. And so we need a federal program that's fair, and they need to subsidize farm wages.
We were really happy that New York State did minimum wage, time and a half. Come on, people. Farm workers deserve a place at the table of working class Americans. We got to get it out of our mindset. We absolutely need subsidies to have us access energy. We're competing. Oh, yeah. I got a Ford electric 150, do some gifts. And I tell you, every time I go by that gas station or my gas pumps, I think of how much better I feel. And do you know that I'm saving money by having this electric vehicle and emissions? There are subsidies that have to be given to farmers, access to electric vehicles. This is not, and technology, we cannot afford the technology that's going to help us become more sustainable.
Amy and Gail, we're very thankful for your testimony. We do have to move forward with our
Okay, you
program.
need fixed loans for farmers and accessibility, and you need land use, you need to pay us for land use to, farms have to be paid for the regenerative model. We have to look to Switzerland to save our landscapes. There's so much more to be said. And I want you to know the unintended consequences of do-gooders is a very serious problem. This is not sustainable to be sustainable. We're running out of, sustainable farming is not sustainable. And why is that?
And I did, since we have the U.S. government here, did want to say that everything that you do to acknowledge that agriculture, among all the other institutions that are part of our government and system, is slave-based, and it's not just the indigenous black and brown farmers that have been shut out of all kinds of opportunities for hundreds of years. That kind of reparation takes deep, thoughtful consciousness to overcome, but it's farm workers. Farm workers are feeding America, and they're living on the sidelines. They're the most depressed and discarded people of our society, and we have to do something about it. And I had more to say, but my time is up.
So, thank you. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank all of our presenters today. And again, we had two others. I'll just thank them for joining us who can't present today. We have Tony Van Glad with the Wood Homestead. Tony has left gifts on your table from his maple producers, so please take them back with you. Also, we have Sean Clevenstein with Allegheny Cattle and Hog from Angelica. So thanks to our presenters. We have a short break, and then we'll move to our next panel. So please enjoy a few moments. Thank you.
So I'm Seth McKee. I'm the Executive Director of the Scenic Hudson Land Trust, the land side of Scenic Hudson. And I'm pleased to be moderating a panel here of some great speakers on advancing urban agriculture. We have three panelists. We have Kwesi Joseph to my right. He is an urban garden specialist with Cornell Cooperative Extension's Harvest New York program in New York City. He assists the community gardens in the 5 boroughs of New York City with any problems they may have with growing plants or raising animals. Kwesi is an avid composter and has been a master composter since 2016. His other specialties are soil remineralization, no-till gardening, and integrated pest management. He has a BS in geology from the City University of New York, York College, and a master composter certificate from the Compost Project at Brooklyn Botanical Garden. Nick Jackson, next to Kwesi, is an urban farmer in Poughkeepsie at Pershing Farm, which is a joint project of Scenic Hudson and the City of Poughkeepsie, where he grows free produce for 200 families. He also offers education classes on growing, seed saving, self-sustainability, and wellness. Nick also has a deep passion for dance and art. He is a successful dance instructor and a fire performer. You'll see a slide with some of that, with PSI Fire Flow, I think that's how you say it, a BIPOC fire dance troupe. And to Nick's right is Onika Abraham, who is Executive Director of Farm School NYC, which has a mission to train New York City residents in urban agriculture in order to build self-reliant communities and inspire positive local action around food access and social, economic, and racial justice issues. Onika has an MBA in marketing and entrepreneurship from City University of New York's Zicklin School of Business, and she's one of the co-founders of the Black Urban Growers. So a little context. I was pleased to hear all the great remarks from our speakers about the importance of urban agriculture. It's a growing part of the U.S. food system, and there's compelling reasons for government and the economy to support it. Just want to throw out some statistics here. And a lot of these are from the Urban Vine website, some good stuff on that website. The average 10 by 20 foot urban farming plot in New York City can produce between $500 and $700 worth of edible food in one season. The average American city, on average, needs to dedicate just 10% of its city limit area to urban farming to produce the entire recommended vegetable intake of its population. Some research in Canada found that if the city of Waterloo switched entirely to production of produce via urban farming, the town would prevent the emission of over 50,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to about 16,000 automobiles. And if you extrapolate that to a city the size of Los Angeles, if Los Angeles did the same, they would be reducing greenhouse gas emissions the equivalent of over 300,000 vehicles. Finally, there's the issue of food insecurity. It was mentioned earlier. According to USDA's most recent food access research report from 2017, 19 million people, over 6% of the nation's population, had limited access to a supermarket or grocery store. These are food deserts, a phenomenon which really they're geographic areas where residents have few to no convenient options for securing affordable and healthy foods, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. So urban farming can play a vital role in reducing food insecurity in food deserts. I want to quickly acknowledge that there are various state and federal programs that support urban agriculture. USDA has a history of supporting urban agriculture as part of local and regional food systems through rural cooperative grants, USDA farmers market programs, child nutrition, and research and cooperative extension services. With the 2018 Farm Bill, it authorized various resources for urban agriculture. And in fact, USDA just announced 52 grants totaling $14 million that support urban agriculture and innovative production. That includes American Rescue Plan funds. It will expand access to nutritious foods, foster community engagement, increase awareness of climate change, provide jobs, and educate communities about farming. And at the state level, thank you, Commissioner Ball, the Department of Agriculture and Markets just announced the availability of $800,000 in funding through its Urban Farms and Community Gardens competitive grant program to support the development and expansion of community gardens, school gardens, and urban farms across the state. So, enough from me. We are standing in between you and lunch, so we want to keep it moving. We're going to invite the panelists one at a time to share their thoughts, and I have a couple of sort of prompts for each of them. What do you see as the most beneficial aspect of your work that has the largest impact? What are the biggest challenges that you see? How do you see your work as part of the food system in your particular area? And if you could wave a wand, how could government support the work that you do better and that the urban farmers you know as well do? So we'll start with Kwesi.
Hi, can you hear me? I came with a list of talking points that threw me off a second. But I am doing a trial with rock dust. I've been an urban gardener for more than 10 years, and I'm really into soil health because I had a lot of pests, and then I realized if I just took care of the life in the soil, that soil wasn't just a growing medium, that the plants would be healthy because they've been around for billions of years, way before us. So rock dust adds trace minerals, trace elements to the soil. And the microbes in the soil need that rock dust. They need those elements. And those microbes then make the elements in the rock dust biologically available for the plants to use. So you have healthy soil, which will make healthy plants, which will increase the health of us, human beings, and also other animals and milk and stuff like that. So you can increase the nutrient density of food, of meat, of dairy, by using rock dust. Now, I haven't proven the dairy or the meat part yet, and the trial's about to conclude by the end of the year, but I'm pretty certain it will work with plants, and the other stuff I would love to experiment with. So definitely taking care of the soil and the insects, but I'll get to that later.
Keep going.
Keep going?
This is your time.
Oh, okay. So, all right, so also cover crops are critical to soil health. I strongly feel that you don't need to use synthetic fertilizer on a farm. You can grow your own green manure, and as synthetic fertilizer usage has increased, yield has decreased because those fertilizers are killing the life in the soil or decreasing the life in the soil. So you have to increase the life in the soil. So cover crops are critical. Also with rock dust, you can add the trace elements, and then you could add your NPK with the cover crops. Long term, I spoke about the meat and milk. I would like to do more trials with rock dust. I have to do more trials. You have to replicate it. And also include biochar and compost. I think doing the three together would be a deadly combination. So rock dust also, as through CO2 consumption, can bring revenue to farms and local communities through carbon offsets and carbon credits. It's not my specialty, it's not my area, but it is something that I've seen the potential for money. Now, how much and when, whatever, I can't answer those questions. But that is one of the ways you can use rock dust to create a carbon sink in your area. I also want to discuss paying garden employees a living wage. In New York City, the garden managers are stressed. They're overworked, and they need help. So what I'm going to say is kind of blunt, and I apologize if it may offend some, but maybe instead of paying farmers not to grow, paying the urban farmers to grow, because they need a lot of help. And you don't need a lot of people working there, but the young folks can't afford to volunteer their time because they have to pay rent, because rent is extremely high in the city. So you have to pay them. You have to pay them a living wage, not $15 an hour, so that they can now dedicate 40 hours on the books of their time, most likely more than that, to sustain those gardens. The gardens are dying. In the areas that are gentrifying, the gardens are doing well. In other communities, the black and brown folks, the ones that started the gardens in the 80s or 90s, they're aging out. So they're moving or dying. So those communities are in the areas that have the most food deserts and food swamps. So they need the most help. And a good way to help the community gardens too would be by providing grant writers. These folks, a lot of them have a high school education, and even if they have the education, they don't have the time. So at 10 p.m. at night, you're beat. How are you going to sit down and look at that multi-page grant application with language you're not familiar with? So it's getting them to, it's assisting them, and it can't be remotely done via email and all this other stuff. You have to have an office where they can walk up to the person and say, how can you assist me with this grant? And another big part of the Farm Bill should be mental health. Obesity is not caused by a lack of nutrition. It's an addiction. It's a coping mechanism for trauma. So we have to get to the source, trauma. And trauma affects a lot of us in many different ways. And I can hold a separate meeting about that because I'm speaking from personal experience. So, it boils down to dopamine in the brain, but whatever it is, you do it in excess and, diminishing returns. So, and dealing with trauma has nothing to do with medicating folks. For some, but the majority of it is some childhood stuff, and that needs to be addressed. So, teaching someone about a calorie it does help, but a lot of times healthy people do healthy things. So if someone is doing something in excess, it's because of some hole they can't fill internally. Education. Parents are feeding their kids pure sugar, salt, and saturated fat. Saturated fats. I'll give you this example. For a lot of households, juice is seen as a better drink than soda, but juice has more sugar than soda. So what are you doing for those kids? If I were to take a guess, the average child in New York City is taking in more than 200 grams of sugar per day. But for an adult, the recommended amount of added sugar is 24 grams. So a lot of those kids are becoming diabetic or pre-diabetic before they hit puberty. So addressing what they're eating. Also, to address what they're eating, you have to subsidize organic farmers. You can't suggest eating leafy greens and stuff like that, but they're inaccessible, or the good stuff is inaccessible because, the parents are aware of the pesticides and they don't want to buy lettuce or spinach laced in pesticides. So let's make organic farming available to the poor. And my last point is about beneficial insects. We need them to combat pests. So it's not just about the latest pesticide, because pesticides kill everything. So, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Pesticides, the most vulnerable insects are the ones that we need, the beneficial ones. So those are the ones that we're killing. So intercropping, beetle banks, stuff like that you can do where you attract the beneficial insects. You create a safe place for them on your garden, in your farm, and you naturally increase their numbers. Also decreasing pesticide use because, I've only had 120 square feet, which is not much, but I had a cucumber beetle that wiped out my cucumber plants, and I used beneficial nematodes, which is a microscopic worm. It's found naturally in nature, but I amplified it several times the typical amount, and I took care of the grubs in the soil without ever using a pesticide. So we can use nature to fight nature. This planet has been around way before us. So let's try to imitate what's been happening before we were even here to combat some of the issues we have. With that, I'll pass.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, cool. Yeah, so my name is Nick Jackson. I'm an urban grower in Poughkeepsie, New York, and behind me is my farm. Well, what it was before we, did our improvements and impacted it. Beforehand, it was pretty much just a dumping ground, barren forest, and the neighborhood itself wasn't a desirable area. Many people assumed it was unsafe. I actually grew up right down the street from that, from where the farm is. So I'm familiar with the area. I've been in Poughkeepsie all my life. So I've seen people come in, changes attempt to happen, and things not actually, stick around. But with this project and the work that I've been doing, I feel very confident that change is actually coming to Poughkeepsie and to my area, and I feel very blessed to be a part of it. Is there another? Yeah, next one. Is it? Can I hit the thing? I can hit the thing. Which way? Oh, wait, too far. So this is what it looks like now. As you can see, obviously there's more color. Yeah. So yeah, behind me is the 1,500 square foot urban garden. We grow African diaspora foods and native plants. We have berry bushes and fruit trees, and we grow it all for the community that's right next door, which is Corley's Manor. And there's improvements to the basketball court. There's an outdoor meadow garden where people can come and congregate. And really, it's just I want to say it's pretty much like an institution for people to come and congregate and enjoy being outside again with the new world that we're living in. And yeah, so there's the comparables, Good job. Yeah. A couple shots of the farm. This me tending to the garlic and things of that nature. And yeah, the community garden has been well received by the residents of Poughkeepsie. They're still very skeptical, obviously, because they're unsure that these things are designed for them and here for them, but it is, and it's my job to bring bring the community together and let them know that this is for them and that this is beneficial for everybody involved. Some shots of our recent Harvest Festival. There's the fire performing that was talked about earlier with my team. So just you could just see the life that's in these photos of just the community came out in droves to the event and really supported and really showed their appreciation for the improvements that Scenic Hudson City has done, and we're just extending that. Also, there's projects for Malcolm X Park, because the idea is to create food access for everybody and self-sustainable land all over town. I would love to have little hubs of these farms all over Poughkeepsie, all over the Hudson Valley, so that everybody, no matter where you go, no matter what time of day, you can get access to fresh food, education on growing food, and cooking, preparing the food as well, because that art has been lost entirely. I've been a chef for about 12 years, so I've seen the ins and outs of the food industry. So it was a natural transition for me to get into farming, into growing, because that's just the other side of food. Man, let's see. That's it. So that's it for the slides. But yeah. So I would want to say that one of the biggest challenges is, like I said earlier, just getting people acclimated and understanding that these programs and information is here for them, and it's for their benefit, and how I feel that the government and people like you can help is like Kwesi said, providing funding for growers to help to work these lands so that they don't have to rely on selling the produce actually to make their ends meet, but be taken care of like how we're supposed to be, and we can just give the food out for free. And infrastructure, obviously, helping support that, providing good irrigational systems for the crops and things of that nature, and and like such as grocery stores and things like that, because Poughkeepsie in particular is a very prominent food desert. There's only quite a few supermarkets and that are walkable distance. We have quite a big elderly population as well, especially in our low income housing communities. So creating grocery stores and markets like that so that people can get access to fresh food is very important. And yeah, I want to create self-sustainability for Black and brown people, so that we can pick up the pieces of and recover from the trauma of our past and become whole again. It's very important to me. So yeah, thank you for your time, really.
Hello. It is a real pleasure to have gotten to meet you again, Nick, and to see you again, Kwesi, and to be with all of you here today. So I'm here. I have one organization's name on my name tag. I'll certainly talk about that one. The photos that you will see, they are looping. Thank you all so much. That are looping the background are examples of the work that we do at Farm School NYC. But I wear many hats, and I hope to touch on some of them in the brief time that we have with you today before we open up for questions. So Farm School NYC is an adult education program. There are no babies in these photos unless they belong to our students. So we're really focused on folks who are over the age of 18, but there's a wide range, 18 to 70 sometimes. So we're really dealing with people who are beginning farmers, who are within 10 years of starting up, or are just interested in farming more generally. We're really centering Black and brown folks, as is probably very clear from the photos. We're looking at ways that we can use agriculture as a means of building economic, racial, social justice within our communities. And there are many different ways that we can do that. For us, we're really looking at the ways that our own legacies, the ways that we were brought up and raised, the types of farming that were done by our ancestors, how can we look back to those ways and revitalize them and bring them to our communities? So a lot of what we're doing is what we call popular education. So we're bringing folks together and saying, everyone here is an expert in something. We're creating a container for us to share knowledge together. It's not just like, we do want Kwesi to come to farm school for sure and talk about rock dust. There are definitely people who are experts, but we are also all experts. So how are we coming together and building that knowledge together? That is really important to us because our communities are often been very marginalized and harmed by institutional ways of sharing knowledge, and we need to dismantle that. So we're building power here. So I think that the work that we do at Farm School is lovely. As you see, it's very hands-on. We go into the communities that Kwesi, the same farmers that Kwesi is working with, we're like working and building raised beds with them. When we were doing our irrigation class, we're like laying drip tape with them. There are ways that we're giving back to our community as well and sharing knowledge in that way. So education is a huge part, I think, of what I want to see lifted up in the Farm Bill for sure. I think that the ways that we do these kind of community-based grassroots organizations are really helpful in creating that exchange. But education is not enough in and of itself. I've been with Farm School for 8 years. We have at least 300 students who've been through our program, and that's great. We just accepted a new cohort of 44 folks, and we had to turn away 200 people because we didn't have the capacity to really hold them. We're a small organization, and this is not just us that experienced this. We work very closely with Soulfire Farm, who I'm sure many of y'all also know and love. They're also turning away students. So when I hear about folks who are talking about generational farmers and that huge wave that we know is coming, we're in the middle of, I feel like, right, of this transfer of land. Where is this land going to go? Do not fear. There are younger people who are out there and some older middle-aged people who are out there who want to farm, but the barriers are real, and I think the Farm Bill has some opportunities to address some of them. So, and they're similar. We just heard them, right? Access to land is a huge barrier, not only in our rural and peri-urban areas, but also in urban areas. And I feel like the issues that we're experiencing, we call it gentrification, right, here in urban centers, but it's very similar here in the Hudson Valley. I mean, half the folks that are bought up half of Brooklyn are now living in Hudson, right? So, I mean, they're very similar issues. There are commonalities and ways that we need to look at that, and I think that the Farm Bill can look at some things that were done in rural areas like land easements and environmental easements. We can bring some of that to cities. I think that we should think about innovative ways that we can look at some of those land conservation services because it's really necessary. In urban areas, the access to land issues have a lot to do with tenure and just lack of ownership. We can't own it. Oftentimes we have a license or a permit or a handshake, and none of those things are going to get you an FSA loan, right? Like you can't build a farm if you don't have tenure. You can't even get a farm number if you don't have a lease or a permit. So these are like the structural inequities in cities that we're really experiencing that I think the Farm Bill, and I don't understand. I was speaking to Jim Barber about like, what's statute, what's policy? Like, I don't know what mechanisms we need to sort of change these things. That's why we're bringing them here, because I think that y'all know better. But these are what we're experiencing and what we really need to look at. And I think access to land, access to capital, these are two things that are part and parcel. Obviously an issue across the board. And urban areas, just want to co-sign what Kwesi's saying. Most of our farmers are doing part-time work. A lot of y'all are doing part-time work too. Your farm businesses, it's one of many different income streams that you have. But when that is the case, you really don't have the time to do those kinds of applications. As a nonprofit, Farm School's a nonprofit, we do obviously a fair amount of fundraising. We are trying to step into that gap and figure out ways that we can actually help write grants. I want to big up National Young Farmers Coalition in the room because they have actually just stepped out there. I think they were doing this like quiet low key last year because we benefited from working with one of their grant writers. But just this year, they just said, if you're a farmer that wants to apply for this great American Rescue Plan bill that came out, some funding available, we will provide you with a grant writer. And that's huge because I feel like better resource organizations need to pull that privilege and put it to use for the grassroots folks, the farmers that don't have those resources, and not necessarily paste their name all over it and try to like extract some money out of it, but just literally provide those resources. I think that the Farm Bill and the types of resources that are in there can learn a lot from some of the ways that National Young Farmers Coalition is moving in this space. And I got so much to say. One last thing I will say about, just because I think it's important when I'm talking about the barriers that we're experiencing and how education is one aspect of that, but not enough in a silo. One of the things that we've been doing at Farm School NYC is working collectively with other BIPOC-led organizations in this region and looking at how do we provide an ecosystem of services to the people that we're helping. So again, we're sort of, Farm School's sort of in the training area and more at the beginning stages of this. Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust, which is a wonderful organization. I urge you to learn more about them, but they are working within the Northeast region to provide all sorts of different easements. They're working on cultural easements and working with indigenous communities around ways that they can preserve land and get that into the hands of BIPOC organizations. More support for organizations like that is really critical. We also work, I'm on the board, so I'm incredibly biased, of an organization called Black Farmers Fund. And Black Farmers Fund is a organization that basically, and we just opened up another round of investing, so come see me if you're interested in investing, if you're a foundation or an accredited or non-accredited investor. But the whole idea behind it is that there is a pool of capital and patient capital, ways that we're providing grant funding as well as investment funding, very low interest loans or no interest loans to farmers. Not just farmers, but food actors. So we're looking at the entire food system and ways that we can invest in that. So there's also distributors who've received this money. But what's different about it is that folks aren't going to a bank to apply for this and talking to people who know nothing about what farmers look like or what they're doing or what their challenges are. They're actually going to a panel of other Black farmers who really understand a lot more about what kinds of terms you need and what kinds of funding you need. And I'd love to see more pushing down of funding on that kind of level. The application process is so different. The reporting process is so different, and it's a much longer term relationship that's being built. So I think that if the USDA can build in funding for those kinds of community-based capital projects, those are the ways that our farmers, especially beginning farmers and farmers of color, are actually going to start to be able to build up the credit that they need to really build their businesses. So I have to leave it there, right? Okay. Thank you.
So we have a few minutes for questions, and we welcome them. The panelists all wanted this to be a dialogue as much as possible. So we have a little time if folks have questions. Julie.
I'm never shy. This is a great panel. I really appreciated it. And this question might not be as appropriate for you, Anika, because you specifically have intentionally made the point, you want to work with adult learners. But I was curious, Nick and Kwesi, how much does the Farm Bill or Anika, in your own experience from other hats that you wear, how can the Farm Bill be adjusted to better recognize the multiple values that community or gardeners or farm want to provide, particularly as it relates to getting meat engagement? I know USDA is very focused on food and growing, and obviously I think that's wonderful, but are there ways that we can tweak to accelerate food engagement in urban areas?
Yeah, providing jobs for starters. I was working with an organization called Poughkeepsie Farm Project. They're based out on Vassar Road, and they have a really great internship program where they had high school youth come and learn about regenerative farming, learn about growing, do workshops and things like that. And we used Pershing as a offsite for certain projects, stuff like that. So I personally feel that internship programs, summer programs like the one that I did to become a regenerative farmer with Long Haul would be great introduction for youth to get into growing and things like that.
Can you explain the Long Haul and the Ecological Citizens Project? Just
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So real quick, ECP, big shout outs to them. They're based out in Garrison. They at Long Haul, Jason and Jocelyn, they train BIPOC individuals on regenerative farming, and they are contracted to run an urban garden in a respective zone area, either in Peekskill, Newburgh, or Poughkeepsie. Those are the 3 zones that we're currently occupying right now in regenerative farming for the year. And then they can choose whether to become physical sponsorship to continue running or go on to other ventures. That was what my current contract was at the time. But I fortunately have had the opportunity to work directly with Scenic Hudson, so I'm going to be working with them in the next coming year. But not all urban gardeners in my circuit or that I know of have the luxury to be backed by an organization such as Scenic. So that's why I advocate heavily for funding for urban growers so they can be self-sustainable and things like that.
I'll add really quickly, curriculum. Kids need to learn about gardening, farming, and you can knock off a lot of math and science standards by teaching agriculture. I taught third graders, 8-year-olds, the periodic table of elements, very basic version of it, by using vermicomposting, indoor worm composting. And I had like little molecules they learned about. Difference between diatomic oxygen, what we breathe, or ozone, O2, O3, stuff like that. But they were able to learn that, and a lot of these kids couldn't count. And I'm not exaggerating. Well, let's say multiply.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ben?
I had a question. It just sort of strikes me about the juxtaposition in the USDA, a tremendous focus on corn and soy production, like for us and the rest of the world, and how that connects to the 200 grams of sugar per day for kids. So we're here in the room looking at 2 very different issues. How do we get kids to be healthy? And kids who don't, when I was a kid, we couldn't, for a period of time, I ate the school lunches, and basically reconstituted soy and corn of many types, either into meat or into milk or into something. And after that, it's not, we did a little better and didn't eat that anymore. But I guess it's more of a question is how do, and I don't know if it's who to ask, but it's just sort of striking to me that we're facing these nutritional issues that are also psychological. There isn't access to the good food, and in a way, the USDA is providing the problem, extra corn and soy, and we're here having to ask for solutions as well. And I just think that we have a contextual issue to really think about there. I guess my question is, what are your thoughts on how we, and it might be too big of a can of worms. I just wanted to.
I'd like to jump in on that one. I apologize in advance for what I'm about to say, but pizza can't be a vegetable. So it has to change because these kids are dying. And it's not just black and brown. I mean, our military readiness is being affected by this because we're a bunch of fatties, right? So it's like, and it's not just about being obese also, it's the long-term consequences of having hardened arteries and type 2 diabetes at a very young age. And then you're talking about cardiovascular health and all the other problems that arise from this. So now you're making an unhealthy country, and the costs are increasing elsewhere. So cheap sugar is making stuff very expensive in other parts of the economy.
I also just want to thank you so much for bringing in that issue because it speaks to the systemic issues that we're facing and how interconnected they all are. It also just gives me an opportunity to to share something that I wanted to share, which is sort of related. I'm just going to make it related. But the idea of food deserts, because I really use, because of the systemic issues that undergird and create these situations that we're living in, we often talk about food apartheid as a term as opposed to a food desert, because we really want to make sure that people understand that this is like not a naturally occurring thing that's just happening like a desert, but that it is an intentional and maybe sometimes unintentional impact of the decisions that are being made around bills like this Farm Bill and generations of sort of those unintentional or intentional consequences loading up and creating swamps, or quote unquote swamps in our communities in terms of what food is available there. And so much of that is not even just tied to, this access issue it's a hard one, because what we're really talking about is like people can't afford, if we're not talking about living wages, then we're really not talking about the core issue here. And the issue is that people cannot afford to buy these foods, even if it were in their communities. And also, they don't have the time to make these foods, folks. Like, folks are working long jobs. They are trying to take care of kids. These are, I feel like the economy of convenience that we're creating in this society is not trickling down to the people who need it most. And so I'd love to see the ways that our government can sort of like provide that level of convenience and affordability to the people who are working so many hours and maybe need those sort of like blue ribbon type meals delivered to them. Sorry, that was my soapbox, yes.
So we would love to keep this going, but we are out of time, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean the conversation ends, and I encourage you to find our panelists over lunch and continue the conversation however you may. But apologies for those of you who had other questions. But thank you, Kwesi, Nick, and Onika. Great presentations, all of you.
So once again, I'm Ned Sullivan. I'm back. And I'm thrilled to be able to introduce Lindsay Shapiro and Katie Boss. And we're here to talk about one of those programs that I was referring to this morning, where very significant new federal resources are being provided right now to assist farmers in making that shift from conventional to regenerative agriculture. And specifically, the USDA's Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities program is awarding almost $3 billion over 5 years to projects across the entire country. And one of those grants went to PASA Sustainable Agriculture. And so we're going to hear from Lindsay about where they are in the process of receiving that grant and how they're working with other organizations throughout the entire Northeast, including Maine Farmland Trust, to administer that and get funds to farmers to support them in their shift, and creating a soil health monitoring network throughout the Northeast. So Lindsay is the Farm Bill campaign organizer for PASA Sustainable Agriculture. She operates her own farm, Root Mass Farm, a mixed vegetable farm about an hour outside of Philadelphia. And when PASA Sustainable Agriculture said that they needed someone to help other farmers find their voice in the Farm Bill reauthorization, she rose to the occasion. She knew that this was her moment. So she's going to be spending the next year fighting for the needs of small and mid-sized farmers across Pennsylvania and throughout the Northeast, and trying to get a farm bill that meets the kind of goals that we've been talking about here today. But she looks forward to returning her hands to the soil full-time once we have that great farm bill passed. Katie Boss is the Director of Engagement for Maine Farmland Trust, where she leads the organization's fundraising and communications and member outreach strategy. She's joining us in lieu of Ellen Griswold, who's listed on the program because Ellen had a health problem and couldn't join us. So we're thrilled, Katie, that you're with us. She's been involved in agricultural land protection and food systems work in Maine, both personally and professionally, for many years. She just finished her term on the Auburn City Council and is the former chair of the Auburn Agricultural Committee. Through her work as an elected official, Katie championed municipal land use policy issues, and she's been a vocal advocate for the support of farm businesses, preservation of natural resources, and protection of watersheds. So Lindsay and Katie, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Can you hear us? Thanks, everyone, and thank you to the Northeast Carbon Alliance for hosting this important conversation and for inviting Maine Farmland Trust in PASA. As you heard, I am not Ellen Griswold. Happy to be here. Also happy to relay all of your complex and nuanced questions to Ellen and get an answer back to you, and I'm equally happy to take all of your softball questions today as her stand-in. So we're going to kick off our session with a quick introduction to Maine Farmland Trust and to the USDA Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities program, which Ned did just give a brief intro to as well. So the Maine Farmland Trust is a statewide organization that works to protect farmland, support farmers, and create a policy landscape and the economic climate needed where farmers in Maine can thrive, farms and farm businesses in Maine can thrive. Since 1999, we've protected nearly 350 farms and have kept over 68,000 acres of farmland in farming. So the USDA Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities program, as Ned had mentioned, is awarding a grand total in the first round of funding of $2.8 million over 5 years to over 70 projects, each with teams of local, regional, and national collaborators to increase the knowledge and support available to farmers engaged in and transitioning to climate smart practices at all scales and all production types. So really exciting funding, historic funding, and we're delighted to be a subrecipient to PASA on an award.
Yeah, so thank you for that overview, Katie, and thank you to Scenic Hudson and the Northeast Carbon Alliance for the opportunity to speak here today. So as was mentioned, PASA Sustainable Agriculture and our 20 partner organizations up and down the East Coast were recently awarded one of USDA's 70 large climate smart commodity grants. In many ways, the Climate Smart Grant is an extension of work PASA and our partners have already been doing, but now we can expand the scope of that work dramatically and offer financial and technical support for implementation. The beating heart of PASA's work is the Soil Health Benchmark Study, and it is also a key component of the Climate Smart Commodities Grant. As it exists now, the Soil Health Benchmark Study collects samples from 3 farming cohorts: pastured livestock operations, row crops, and diversified veggie farms. The samples are then analyzed by Cornell's Soil Health Testing Laboratory, and farmers receive a detailed report of their findings. The customized reports provide scores for a variety of biological, chemical, and physical soil health indicators, such as organic matter levels and aggregate stability, as well as field management benchmarks, such as overall tillage intensity and the number of days farmers maintain living cover in their fields. PASA researchers pair this data with detailed field records from participating farms to identify trends. My farm, a diversified veggie farm about an hour outside of Philly, has participated in the study since 2019. The results have pushed us to think more critically about tillage equipment and cover crop windows and nutrient imbalances like excessive magnesium. The study also facilitates a number of really crucial peer-to-peer learning opportunities where farms within a cohort can share experiences and troubleshoot management challenges. Examples of topics include using tarps over the winter to avoid spring tillage, using periodic tissue analysis to determine whether high levels of phosphorus in soil correlate to high levels of phosphorus in plant tissue. And thanks to the data from my soil health benchmark study, I can tell my customers that my farming practices center soil health and in doing so bolster climate resilience. Our customers, they care deeply about sustainable farming, and our participation in the Soil Health Benchmark Study shows that we share their values. And this marketing piece is a crucial component of the Climate Smart Commodities Grant. But as I mentioned, my farm is just one of hundreds that take part or will eventually take part in this work. Katie will spend some time now discussing the ways in which Maine Farmland Trust has supporting farmers in their network.
Great. So the Maine Farmland Trust has a farm network over 350 farms, or just about 350 farms, on which we have easements, agricultural easements, to protect that farmland. We also serve a broader network that is inclusive of 150 additional farms that we have worked with in one way or another to provide technical assistance services and other kinds of programs to support farming. So we have a pretty broad network of farms across the state that we work with. And we've recognized that farmers really need additional support to prepare for the challenges of climate change and to be part of nature-based climate solutions. And so we've been working to build out our programs to provide that specific support. So as we've heard, Maine Farmland Trust will be a partner on 2 PCSC projects, one that's led by PASA and the other that's led by the Wolf Neck Center for Agriculture and the Environment, based in Maine. And the Wolf Neck grant, I'll just quickly say, is leading an alliance of over 60 buyers, funders, and organizations working to develop open source technology and a marketplace for climate smart agriculture. Provide technical assistance to farmers, and also help to launch climate-smart agriculture projects on farms nationwide. So very exciting for both of these projects to be kicking off. And MFT's role in both of these 2 different PCSE-funded projects will allow us to really expand our relatively new work on climate resilience and soil health. So in 2021, we partnered with PASA to provide Maine farmers with the opportunity to be part of the soil health benchmark study, creating regional connections among farmers seeking to improve the health of their soils. This pilot group consists of 16 farmers and also provides them with access to educational opportunities through summer field days and winter workshops, and in addition to funding for conferences and technical assistance. Finally, each farm is in the process of creating a climate adaptation plan. That process kicks off this upcoming year, and they will receive funding to implement the climate smart projects identified in their plan. And to give a quick example to illustrate the support that we're providing to farms in this pilot project, I want to tell you a little bit about the story of Bumble Root Farm, which is a certified organic vegetable, flower, and herb farm that's in the greater Portland area. The farmers worked with MFT and our climate resilience specialists to go through a risk assessment process where they consider the climate impacts they have experienced and are likely to experience on their farm, and identified possible solutions, filtering through many options by aligning their choices along with their farm business goals. And they came up with a multi-year plan that involved short, medium, and long-term strategies to address erosion control, which is a major challenge on their sloped farmland, especially with increasing frequent extreme weather events. So just to quickly review a couple of their strategies so you can see the depth of work that they're doing. Their short-term strategies included creating a cover crop rotation plan, transitioning a small section of the farm to no-till, and enrolling in the USDA NRCS Conservation Stewardship Program to create a pollinator meadow and windrow of native perennial shrubs and trees. Some of their medium-term strategies, they're working on an erosion control plan on their sloped fields that involves planting contour buffer strips of grasses, shrubs, and small trees between rows of annual vegetables. And finally, long-term strategies, they're decreasing their non-renewable energy consumption by installing solar panels in late 2021 and purchasing an electric delivery van, which happened early in 2022. So they're looking to invest in more sustainable forestry management as well on the nearly 60 acres of forest that they own.
So Katie just provided a great example of how these funds can help farmers implement a long-term plan for soil health and climate resilience. It's the sort of work that PASA and our partners envision with this project. Here's another example. So in year 1, a participating farmer will work with a technical service provider to develop a climate smart plan. They'll then receive funding to install fruit and nut trees on a hillside for crop shade, erosion control, and sequestration of carbon. In year 3, that imaginary farm is contacted by 5 new restaurants who search for climate smart farmers through the food shed mapping tool. In year 5, that farm sells into an elderberry cooperative. They can point to several improvements in their soil health metrics and support other growers through local peer learning circles. I want to pause for a moment here to emphasize this last piece. The longitudinal nature of this grant allows farmers to ask some really critical questions. Are these practices working? Are they realistic to implement? Are they contributing to my farm's financial health? And are they achieving the desired environmental improvements? So, big question. The mechanisms for distributing this money are still being developed, but this is what we know so far. It is PASA's mission to get as much money as possible into the hands of farmers. Farmers are uniquely impacted by climate change and uniquely positioned to lead climate solutions. So 300 to 550 additional farms will be enrolled in our soil health benchmark study. 500 to 750 will implement or enhance climate-smart practices. I want to note here that PASA is committed to supporting farms at all stages of their conservation journey, from early adopters to conservation newbies. PASA will also add 2 new cohorts to the soil health benchmark study, an urban farming group and an agroforestry group. The addition of these 2 new cohorts was driven by farmer demand and a growing understanding that our existing service offerings were too narrow to meet the moment. Over the past few years, PASA has been building relationships with growers in urban and agroforestry spaces, and we look forward to developing these partnerships further through the Climate Smart work. So I'm going to pass it back over to Katie, who will provide an overview for how this Climate Smart funding will support growers in Maine.
Great. So these PCSC funds will really allow MFT to dramatically scale up the work that we started in 2021. By inviting more farmers to participate in PASA's soil health benchmark study, support more farms with the funding and technical assistance required to make bigger shifts in production practices, increasing the size of the grants for climate smart projects that we can offer to farms in our networks, which is a really critical piece, and helping to invest in better land use and climate adaptation planning on our forever farms, which are the farms that MFT protects with agricultural easements. So the funding will allow us to really begin the climate adaptation planning process at a much earlier stage for the farmers that we work with, since we often connect with farmers for land protection projects when they're purchasing or selling land. And we're excited about the prospect of providing earlier planning guidance about ways to lay out farms to increase climate change resilience as farmers get settled onto their land. And we just want to say, too, that we don't see that the PCSC funding as supplanting NRCS support for farmers in this area, but will really be a valuable supplement to that support. The PCSC funding will allow us to augment NRCS programs and also really deepen our relationships with NRCS as partners so that we can work to help more farmers prepare for and access NRCS funding support. So that partnership will be really critical to long-term success for these farms.
Yeah, and so thinking through this question about how the climate smart commodities can inform federal policy, I want to echo Katie's last point here. Farmers obviously are on the front lines of the climate crisis, and we need to support their efforts to build climate resilience in as many ways as possible. Opportunities like the Climate Smart Grant can provide additional pathways for farmers seeking financial assistance and technical know-how. And for those farmers traditionally underserved by the USDA, the Climate Smart grantees may be an effective intermediary. We also expect this work to serve as a testing grounds for innovative practices. While PASA and our partner organizations will use the NRCS definition of climate smart agriculture as a framework, this project is designed to encourage an innovation and give farmers the opportunity to really shape what it means to be climate smart. In Pennsylvania, for instance, NRCS dollars cannot fund silvopasture. Farms can use climate smart dollars to prove the value of practices and philosophies not yet codified in NRCS programs. Through this project, as with all our services, we aim for the solutions to be voluntary, flexible, and led by producers. As I mentioned earlier, we'll add both urban and agroforestry farmer cohorts to our on-farm research programs, helping to make the case for increased funding and support for these essential agricultural communities. And back to Katie's point about how our work will complement the essential services offered by the USDA. A pre-project survey indicated that less than 15% of farmers had any relationship with NRCS or FSA. In fact, most stated they doubted NRCS, FSA, and even the Farm Bill had anything to do with their type of farm. We aim to shift that by, one, encouraging farmers to engage with existing USDA programs, and two, using our success stories from this process to inform future USDA initiatives. It's an exciting time, and PASA is grateful for the opportunity to contribute. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
So I think I'll just ask one question, and others may have others, but to what extent is there still opportunity for farmers in other New England states or Northeastern states to work with you on this program? And are there opportunities for new organizations to join you, or have they been defined through the application process?
I'm not entirely sure I'm qualified to answer that question, but I will do my best. So PASA has, again, 20 partner organizations. So there's the NOFAs, the Carolina Farm Stewardship Project, Communities in Sustainable Agriculture, the Ramapo and Lenape tribes. There are a number of different partner organizations that are going to receive money through this grant. And I think in terms of how that money is spent, I think there's still a lot of opportunities for organizations to participate in those sorts of partnerships. And in terms of farms, we're still very much in the early stages of getting this money out the door. And there's a lot of money to spend, and there's a lot of opportunities for folks to still get involved. Again, PASA is still negotiating the contract with the USDA, so those details are not even finalized yet. It's still, the ink hasn't even dried. So I think there's, the opportunities are for collaboration are still very, very ripe.
Very good. Okay, Laura, I wonder if you would mind just speaking to the grant that Glenwood recently received, which I think has some similar dimensions to it.
Yeah, thanks. So Glenwood was a Glenwood Center for Regional Food Farming. We're based in Cold Spring. We're partners to a successful Planet Smart grant. And very similar in generalities to what you've already heard. I think relevant to the question about potential for collaboration, one of Glenwood's goals in the grant is to develop some kind of network or coalition for climate smart agriculture in the Hudson Valley. So we certainly will be looking for partners, other organizations. And right now, again, just like you've heard, it's not only the ink's not dry, the pens haven't even been brought up yet. We're still in a period of negotiation also with USDA. But our goal is that we want to create a network of organizations that serve farmers. So that's the level we'd like to try to be part of an effort in the next 5 years to build climate literacy within organizations that support farmers, and then develop skills around climate smart agriculture. Skills and stories and whatever we think we need, what the organizations tell us that the farmers that they're serving need. So,
Perfect, thank you. All right, well, thank you so much, Laura and Katie. I think we'll break for lunch and continue the conversations. Very good. It's been a real privilege to have Undersecretary Robert Bonney with us for the day. He is going to be heading back to Washington, but he's going to give us some parting thoughts. So please join me in welcoming
What's that?
Undersecretary Bonney.
Cool. I didn't realize I was leaving so quick. This has been really cool. I'm sorry I have to duck out here at 2 o'clock. I thought I'd just give just a couple minutes of remarks on just sort of some thoughts on some of the things you guys have been talking about in the context of the Farm Bill, but also just start off with a little context around the Farm Bill itself. And I touched on this a little bit this morning, but You know, farm bills in a time of deep polarization in Washington, farm bills still happen, and we're still able to get farm bills across the table. Now, I might jinx us for this year. I hope I haven't. But it's been, you know, we've been able to avoid a lot of the deep partisan fights that you see that stymies a lot of legislation. And the reason for that, because the reason a farm bill gets done is because there's a broad coalition of folks that want to see it move forward. Nutrition is the biggest source of dollars. There are a bunch of folks that rely on those nutrition programs, left and right, that want to see them move forward. Agricultural support, safety net, those types of approaches, same thing, right? There's strong interest in seeing those move forward. And then there are things like conservation, climate, and other things that sort of form multiple legs of this stool. And so a lot of the disagreements around farm bills oftentimes aren't about partisanship left and right. A lot of times they're regional. Midwest crops versus South crops versus Northeast specialty crops, the West in the context of farm bill, but in context of kind of the farm programs. And so sometimes those regional things actually outweigh partisanship. As I noted this morning, you know, USDA's role here is really about technical assistance. Again, as administration, there are clearly some things we'll lean in on: climate, nutrition, some other things. But as you all think about how to put together things that matter to the Northeast, USDA's role is a supporting one. As you work with members of Congress, we can provide technical assistance, we can provide insight, what works, what doesn't, all those types of things. And so you should use us in that way, and your members of Congress and your delegation should use USDA in that way. So let me just touch on a couple of issues. So one is climate. We had a great panel on the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodity. Let me just take a step back and sort of give you USDA's 30,000-foot view of climate right now. We're used to fighting about environmental issues, and we're really used to fighting about climate. And you're used to seeing polarization around a lot of issues. I've worked on climate for a long time, and you've seen it around climate, you've seen it around climate and ag and climate and forestry. And at the beginning of the Obama administration, remember, there was a big push to do cap and trade. Agriculture and forestry ran the other way. And what they were concerned about is what felt to them like top-down, regulation-heavy stuff that was maybe built in the coasts and not in the heartland. But one of the things that's most interesting about climate that you find with climate you don't find with a lot of other issues is alignment. And by that I mean, and we heard it all this morning, there's a bunch of stuff you can do for climate that is really good for the climate. It's really good for agronomic practices. It actually can improve yields, cover crops, soil health, nutrient use efficiency, taking methane and turning it into energy on the forestry side, forest management to reduce fire impacts in the West, to restore more natural forest conditions. There's all this stuff that actually can benefit agriculture, that can benefit producers' bottom line, that's actually pretty good for the climate too, and some of it's really good for the climate. And so there's this alignment on climate and agriculture that you don't see on a lot of other issues, and our job is to take advantage of that. And so we want to build things that invite agriculture in, that invite forestry in, and that still hold all of us accountable for making significant emissions reductions. And so the approach you will see at USDA is one that's based on voluntary incentives, trying to tap into new markets, whether it's carbon markets or markets for climate-smart commodities. It's about collaboration, it's about partnership, it's about groups like the folks in this room actually putting together projects and bringing them forward. And it's about the science to measure and monitor and make sure we're making real gains here. So the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities, you heard about it. We originally went out as a $1 billion effort. You know, when you throw a party and you're not sure you're going to have enough people to drink all the beer, we need more beer. So we went back and we added a couple $1 billion to the program. We got $20 billion in proposals. And so we've been out with the first round. We'll be out with a second round of grants here shortly. Probably another $300 million at grants. All of our grants are required to deal with equity issues related to historically underserved, small, medium-sized producers. But these grants in particular will focus on, they're smaller grants that will focus on particularly historically underserved producers. This is a commodity program. It's not a conservation program. What we are trying to do is increase the production of commodities using climate-smart practices. And so it's about scaling up climate-smart practices, it's about measuring and monitoring that, and it's about creating markets that will reward producers for this. We also have now about $20 billion of additional dollars that came through the Inflation Reduction Act through NRCS programs. And so we'll be ramping that up over the coming years. One of the things that's going to be really important in those dollars is partnering with folks on the ground that can do outreach to farmers, that can, whether it's universities, conservation groups, conservation districts, commodity groups, partnerships are going to be really important as part of that. So as you think about the upcoming Farm Bill and climate change, those new IRA dollars and the partnerships for climate-smart commodities are probably going to color some of the conversation going forward. A couple of other issues I'll flag, and then I want to open it up. One is the issue of equity that came up again this morning. And by equity, I think we need to think broadly about equity. We need to think obviously about historically underserved producers and the issues that USDA has had, the terrible history that USDA has had for a long time. How do we invite everybody in? How do we make sure everybody can play? And I think it's particularly acute as we think about those historically underserved producers. But we heard a lot about young farmers. How do we invite young farmers in? That's an equity issue as well. We heard about challenges related to finance or loans or other programs. Large versus small farmers is an equity issue. Urban versus rural. How do we develop more programs for urban agriculture? Organic versus conventional. And in all these things, despite me saying organic versus conventional or urban versus rural, this needs to be less about or, one thing or the other, and more about and. And the idea is, how do we make all our programs available to everybody? Available to all crops, available to all size producers, and how do we open the door up? And as we think about equity, what can USDA do? What new authorities, what new funding do we need to make sure that we can do that? We also heard about the importance of capacity. How can USDA build partnerships with folks on the ground so that folks have the capacity they need to write grants or implement programs? So that issue of capacity is really important. And one where you need to think about how do we fund those types of activities so that we can bring more partners into USDA. We're doing some of this now. Farm Service Agency, Natural Resources Conservation Service, Risk Management Agency, 3 agencies I oversee, are all working to put grant money out to help open up programs to bring more people in to create partnerships with folks on the ground. But it's something we need to think about in the context of the Farm Bill. Same thing on finance as we think about farm loans. And we heard it a little bit this morning, the dairy farm, right? If you don't have 3 years of production, how do you get a farm loan? How do we provide better financing for agricultural land? Critically important issues, something that we're really committed to. We will be as creative as we can on these things, but we may need your help as it comes to the Farm Bill to give us more tools, to get more people into USDA. There are private banks out there that provide financing. That's not USDA's role. USDA's role is to be a bank that actually takes more risk, right? That's willing to take more risk to get young farmers in, to get historically underserved farmers in. And the question is, what are the tools we need in the Farm Bill to help us do that? Land access is a critical part of that. It came up all morning, and something obviously we've put out. These dollars through the American Rescue Plan that we've put out and are getting grants in right now, or proposals, I think it just closed, for land access, to create partnerships on the ground to figure out how we do that. Really important issue, comes up all the time. Need for funding and resources, an area where I think will be really important during the Farm Bill. Safety net will, as I mentioned this morning, critically important. It's a core issue for a lot of agriculture. How do we build a safety net that serves everybody? How do we build a safety net that small producers have access to crop insurance, urban farmers have potential access to crop insurance? How do we make sure that that the safety net we have benefits everybody, large and small? Food issues, again, came up a lot. It's an issue you hear about, particularly in the Northwest. Or Northeast, how do we connect farmers with schools, with our nutrition programs and others? Again, USDA will be as creative as we can, a place where you may think about additional authorities and fundings in the context of the Farm Bill. And the last thing I would just say is just on conservation more generally. Obviously, climate is really important, but it's not the only thing. Lots of opportunities in conservation, in our conservation reserve program being more focused, supporting livestock producers in our traditional Farm Bill programs. How do we do more on clean water, all those types of issues. And forestry in particular. You've seen a sea change in the last decade, 15 years in the Farm Bill, where NRCS is supporting a lot more forest activities. There's lots of opportunities to think not only about forestry, timber stand improvement, or reforestation, but also things like agroforestry. So there are big opportunities there. A lot to take in. Let me stop there, and I'm happy to take a few minutes of questions. Yeah.
Thank you. As far as different regions, the Northeast is really considered a futuristic breadbasket, so it would be helpful if we have some restraint from taking down our forests and using our farmland for solar when the interstate system is readily available with thousands and hundreds of thousands of acres of maintained land that has no value in our agricultural corridor. And thank you for acknowledging the USDA's systemic origin of racism. It's very important that it's actually acknowledged and talked about because it is part of the problem. And the only way we're going to get through the problem is by actually speaking the language. So as far as, I'll try to stop there.
So two really important issues. One, on the solar side, everywhere I go, I hear about conflicts between agriculture and solar, and forestry and solar, right? Big issue. And so we've got conversations with the Department of Energy. There's a lot of interesting research right now on agrivoltaics. How do you integrate solar into agricultural operations so you can maintain productivity and all those things? But it's conflict. The conflict that we're seeing is real, and it's everywhere. On the race and USDA side, yes, anyone that knows USDA knows a long history of discrimination, right? And we have an equity commission right now that's providing the department recommendations on ways we can think about this across the whole department. The core of it has really been in the farm loans program and the Farm Service Agency, which I work with. And so we're doing a lot of, we've just provided significant debt relief to distressed borrowers there. We're really looking for ways that we can do more loan servicing to keep people in agriculture and to bring more people and more diverse folks in. So a lot more to come there. But it's not just in farm loans, it's across the whole department. And it's a priority of the secretary, and it's a priority of the president. So you will hear more.
Thank you. I'm wondering, because so much of Farm Bill funding for commodities has been for conventional agriculture in the past, it would be marvelous to see, half of that funding go to organic instead of such a small percentage in the Farm Bill.
So we don't pick what farmers produce. Our job is to provide a broad safety net that allows producers to make their own decisions, right? And so in crop insurance, for example, we're providing lots of products now. Yes, we provide a lot of products to corn and soybeans. We provide a lot of products to people that grow cherries or avocados or lettuce or other things. And we're trying to build new products that allow us to serve diverse operations on that side as well. So crop insurance is sort of at the core of a lot of the safety net right now. And then on the, again, on the programs we offer on the Farm Service Agency side, again, looking for ways that we can diversify those so that we serve all of agriculture. Just as interests in forests have changed over the last decade or so, so too have a lot of emphasis around specialty crops, right? Specialty crops, fruits and vegetables, right? And tree nuts and all those types of things. There again, lots of interest in broadening the safety net so we can cover all those products and allow producers to make their own decisions. Likewise, on the livestock, new programs in crop insurance to help producers deal with losses from drought and other things. So I think you'll continue to see a shift towards broadening the safety net that allows producers to make the decisions that they want to make about their operation. A lot of those decisions that producers made are driven by demand, right? There are things that we can do on the policy side that can be helpful and that can create a level playing field. But at the end of the day, demand matters a lot. Ukraine war starts, wheat prices go up dramatically. Farmers are going to respond to that. So our job is to think about how do we provide a safety net that all producers can access.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. I want to say I'm grateful for the Conservation Services Program. Recently did a grant to organic farmers to thank them or acknowledge what they're already doing, and we were able to use that on our farm to create some vernal pools and do various things. And that it would be great to see more of that.
And let me I should have mentioned on the organic side, we actually are putting substantial resources into helping fund organic transition for lots of producers, so lots of resources there as well.
Speaking more to organic, I was born on the first organic farm in this county, or second off the valley. I farm many scales, many crops. Most recently, a lot of organic grain. And I served on the Omri board as well. What really struck me in organic grain is we had tremendous amount of fraudulent organic grain coming into the United States, tremendous amounts. And we have an organic industry of food that's over $60 billion, but certified organic acreage hasn't grown. So that speaks to a big issue of globalization where we have a lot of organic inputs coming from outside our borders so that we can meet the demand on the shelves. And it's now over 30% of Americans who bought something organic in the last year, maybe 50. So it's a really growing movement. But I think that my concern under the previous administration was there was almost no, I think 7 or 10 million per year allocated to oversight of a $60 billion industry. So I think we organic producers really need the integrity protected, and wanted to get your viewpoint on basically oversight of USDA standards, strengthening them, and enforcement, because we have basically mafias running organic grain into America now that's not organic.
Great question. I'm not the expert on it, right? You've got the organic program in a different part of USDA. This is another area in the Farm Bill. It's vitally important to all of us that we maintain integrity in the organic label and this sector more generally. And it's in U.S. producers' interest as well. I feel like this is an area. I mean, one of the things, yes, we have a Farm Bill every 5 years. For us at USDA, every year is a Farm Bill year. This is an issue that's probably not only a Farm Bill issue, it's an appropriation issue as well. And, when we came into USDA, when I left USDA, I think we were at 98,000 people. When we came in, we were probably 93, 94,000, right? So there are places where we actually need to staff. Issues like this are relatively new in places where we probably can add people.
Hi, I'm from Cornell Harbor Extension of Columbia Green Counties, and we have 142-acre agroforestry corridor in Green County. And I'm wondering what, in our agroforestry guru is here, Tracy Testa, I'm wondering what you could define about this. You said agroforestry a couple times.
what are the commitments being made so far in terms of infrastructure, resources, inputs?
So there's an issue, I can't remember who raised it earlier this morning, about whether agroforestry stuff actually counted. Silvopasture was the issue in NRCS programs. So one of the things we can do is make sure that our NRCS programs, that we have the practices that we can support through those NRCS programs that allows us to do things like agroforestry. There are places where we're making significant investments, I think, in NRCS programs, others where we may not. As you all, I think, know, we have state technical committees to deal with all those. So one issue is, are there things we need to do on the NRCS practice side to make sure we're funding the type things we need to fund on the ground? There are also issues, I'm sure, related to research. This is an area where we share a lot of authority with the U.S. Forest Service as well. So there's significant new resources for the U.S. Forest Service thanks to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, and there are lots of opportunities on the reforestation side, so there may be some opportunities there as well. But again, this is one of those issues where, in the context of a farm bill, you could help build some infrastructure that would be helpful to the agency over the long term.
I just wanted to say thank you again for the Climate Partnerships Program. I think from a science perspective, we're really excited by unrolling incentives to farmers along with the science at the same time, so it just was a great program. My question is a little bit more broad. The last farm bill, generally about less than 2% of the funding of the farm bill was dedicated to research. Obviously representing Cornell, we see that 2% and we're grateful for it. But we're also
Always, I had a reverend when I was a kid who used to say, always thankful, never satisfied.
That's a statement, especially for those of us in the room who know me well. But when we look at USD ERS statistics, and we can't compliment that entity enough, we see the private sector outpacing public research. We see countries like China, rapidly outpacing what we're committed to in terms of supporting public sector R&D. I was just wondering, not to put you on the spot, but wondering what the appetite is in DC to actually boost that percentage that's going into publicly supported research a little bit higher.
I think there's growing appetite. I think a lot of that growing appetite is focused around climate. And so there's broad interest in the administration, White House, Office of Management and Budget, and others about investments on the research side, particularly focused around climate. And you and I were having this conversation earlier. There's a ton of technology innovation that can happen and needs to happen on the ag side that could produce substantial greenhouse gas reductions while maintaining productivity. And there's some nitrogen technology right now that's like making big reductions right now as we speak. And if we can scale a lot of that stuff, I think that's important. And I also think the link to productivity, we've got to continue to produce food and fiber that society needs. And so I think there's potentially a sweet spot there. And I think on the Republican side as well that there's real interest in innovation and technology as a climate solution. This may be a place where you could create some real bipartisan interest in research and do it in a way like we obviously, I'm biased, we do great research at USDA, but we need you all, we need the land-grant universities out there doing it.
I'm not going to be self-sufficient because it's kind of forming my brain, but we have fewer federal officials, we have state people, and we have some of these counties out in the House. So I live right outside the watershed ag district, and I get no help on my farm, but if I live a few miles away, I get money for improvements to the watershed ag council, which is essentially money from New York City to protect this watershed. So my question is, in the Farm Bill, is there any kind of grant program that funnels from the federal government to the state government or even the county government that distributes funds to protect food chains?
Yeah, so there's a program in the NRCS called the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, RCPP, and it is it's a program that allows any entity out there that's going to work with farmers, ranchers, forest landowners to apply. and basically to use NRCS conservation programs. So we have a conservation easement program, we have a conservation stewardship program, and we have a program called environmental quality incentive programs. If you can think of a conservation practice on working lands, we can probably fund it. And the idea behind the program is to put together either at a watershed level, big or otherwise, groups of producers that are gonna undertake certain practices. And so you need somebody to kind of aggregate those producers. Maybe it's a conservation district, maybe it's a conservation group, a Scenic Hudson, or maybe it's the state, right? And so there are lots of opportunities there to do that. And there are also some private funders out there, foundations and others, who will provide additional capacity, since most of our funding is cost share, right? We don't pay 100%, we might pay 50 to 75%. So there are opportunities. And I would encourage you to reach out to NRCS, the state office or your county office, and they can give you more information.
Great. Thank you so much. That's all we have time for, but once again, thank you, Undersecretary Bonner.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andy Bicking. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Government Relations for Scenic Hudson, and I have been co-chairing the Policy Committee of the Northeast Carbon Alliance since the foundation of the group, and really pleased to be joined by our other co-chair today, Julie Suarez, with the Cornell College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. Where are you, Julie? Julie's here. As well as members of our policy committee who have been working to develop an agenda with the best of our ability that we feel kind of reflects the cumulative interests of this group and others who have plugged in and joined in conversations with NECA in the past. So at this moment, I just want to ask folks who have participated in the policy committee discussions over the past 2 years, if you just stand up so folks in the room know who you are. Great. And I also want to recognize we have a lot of other really great policy professionals who are in the room today who are just getting to know the Northeast Carbon Alliance for the first time, the Farm Bureau, and others. So thank you for being here. We really look forward to expanding our collaboration and finding things that we can all work on together to support the communities that we are all trying to serve and elevate. The Northeast Carbon Alliance Policy Committee met just about a year ago. Some of you may have joined us at Stone Barns Center for Agriculture. We had a great lunch there too, for those who joined us. But a really robust conversation that helped inform a policy agenda that we are now putting forward today for your consideration and feedback. And it really all started for us as we digested the comments of that conversation with zeroing in on what the national narrative was about climate resilience and how it related to agriculture. And the National Climate Assessment really helped show a way for us and a framework for organizing our ideas. So just to summarize a few key points that popped out as being really relevant to the policy committee as we put the agenda together. The National Climate Assessment noted the frequent intensity and duration of severe weather will only increase in northeastern states, disrupting our farm system, ecology, and our agricultural economy. Yet we as a group also focused on an area of the National Climate Assessment that we saw a lot of hope around, and that is the growing awareness of climate-smart agriculture, really developing strategies and practices on the ground that enhance soil health and bring with it all the co-benefits that you heard the Undersecretary speak about earlier, that an investment in our soils helps productivity, it helps achieve our climate goals, it helps achieve many of our economic goals and other conservation and nutrition objectives as well. And we've also noted that these practices can be adopted on diverse farms and farmscapes throughout the Northeast region. And regardless of size, that there's a huge potential that they can be advanced and further developed. We're also seeing a major trend of the policy committee spotted is that in the Northeast, we are seeing that our farms are meeting the demand for food while addressing this huge opportunity around soil health. And I'm generalizing here, but when thinking about the Northeast region and kind of the narrative that we needed to develop in terms of a national policy discussion around the Farm Bill, we identified that we were, in general, our farms were smaller in size than the national average, and that they were importantly nested in local ecosystems, that they were kind of part of a broader ecology, whether it's connected to a forest block, connected to a farmscape with other farm businesses, et cetera. And finally, that many of them were operating on really razor-thin margins. And all of this needed to be considered in the development of our policy ideas. So as you've heard over the course of the day, our group felt that there was a lot of attention that needed to be paid in Northeast in particular, and a couple main outcomes that we would like to see in the Farm Bill: research, financial incentives, a focus on technical support and building the capacity of local partners to deliver the information and knowledge to producers so they can benefit from it. And also, importantly, an emphasis on equity. We want to be serving all of our agricultural community, but there is a need for a special emphasis on populations currently referred to by the agency as historically underserved populations. So in your packet, when you checked in this morning, there are two documents I want to draw your attention to this morning. In addition to the agenda, there was a summary of the policy recommendations of the Northeast Carbon Alliance that we'll be referring to in the next part of our program. And also, we put together a brief synopsis of some soil health policies or regenerative agricultural policies as defined by certain states in the Northeastern region. There was a kind of recognition among our group that as we look to evolve in understanding at a federal level, we need to look to the leaderships of great states like New York and Maine, who we're very lucky to have the commissioners who have joined us here today. And Elizabeth Wolters has joined us in Commissioner Ball's steed for the afternoon. So glad you could be here, Elizabeth. And we hope that this is also a great reference for our conversation moving forward. So what we're going to do now is kind of summarize the thinking of the NECA Policy Committee, and we'll be kind of pausing in each of our three major goals to get your feedback. My colleagues Carly and Ann will be passing microphones around the room and kind of keeping tabs on who's next in line to kind of respond to the agenda that we have developed. And my colleagues, Carrie and Seth, will also be keeping notes up here. So in addition to the video footage that we're collecting today, we'll have a written set of notes that we can record and look to really refine the agenda that we'll be taking to Congress to promote what we think will most help the region with the Farm Bill. Before I kind of move on to a few members of our policy committee who will be kind of digging in deep and going over some of the recommendations we've made, I just want to highlight them at a very high level. They're posted up here on the wall for you to see. The first objective that the policy committee spotted was the need to enhance access and promote racial equity and justice, and really to ensure that climate-friendly conservation practices are adopted. It was so important that we address and understand the barriers to entry for climate-related programs, particularly within the Natural Resource Conservation Service in the Northeast. And we should really be keeping an eye out to how we can make these programs function more equitably for historically underserved clients, and also address economically distressed farmers, including BIPOC farmers, veterans, and small farms. The second goal that we have is to really focus on ensuring that sufficient financial and technical resources are available, that we need to be supporting our State Department of Agriculture, educational institutions, and not-for-profit organizations that are on the front lines of delivering this information, knowledge, and technical services to farmers in the field. And finally, that we need to be advancing science and defying policy terms. This is the practices that we're looking at, if you've heard around, have been practiced for generations all over the world, but yet there's a new level of scientific understanding of them. And as policy in the science and the knowledge develops, we also need to be very careful to define policy terms in such a way that they accomplish the goals that we want to. So with that said, I'm going to introduce the first member of the NECA Policy committee. He will be summarizing a little bit about our thinking around promoting racial equity and justice through agricultural policy and enhancing access to farmland. And I'm very pleased to introduce Erica Rincon, who's going to share some thoughts. Yeah, join us at the podium.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Rincon. I'm from the National Young Farmers Coalition, and I'm so glad to join you all here today. I'm going to briefly talk about this second pillar within our platform, as Andy said, and then kind of open it up for conversation. I just want to acknowledge that these recommendations that we are making in no way encapsulate the scope or depth of the steps that are necessary to amend or address the deep inequalities of our food system. It's taken us hundreds of years of discrimination and exploitation to get where we are today, and it will take a lot of work on all of our behalves to build a more equitable food system. But we hope that this is a good conversational starting point, and we'll open it up afterwards for a little bit of conversation and feedback. So this past weekend, I had the absolute honor of joining 20 young farmers in Philadelphia to talk about their hopes for the Farm Bill. We had in our group young black urban farmers from New York. We had a white fifth-generation female farmer from rural Pennsylvania, new American farmers from Africa and South America, and farmers holding all kinds of identities and affiliations within the group. That really represents the diversity of farmers within the Northeast. And all of these farmers share the goal of feeding their communities and being good stewards of their land. Many of these young farmers are all, I'm sorry I keep using young farmer, I slip that in way too frequently considering that that is the group I'm normally talking about. Many of these farmers are already using environmentally sustainable practices on their farms, such as no-till, rotational grazing, organic or naturally grown certifications. And I think within the context of the day, as Andy just mentioned, it's important to acknowledge that many of these practices have been around for hundreds of years and were originally developed by Black, Indigenous, and other farmers of color, and that those historical contributions should be acknowledged and upheld. Farmers using organic practice or environmentally sustainable practices tracks with what we know about farmers across the country. In the 2022 National Young Farmers Survey, we learned that 83% of respondents are using sustainable agricultural practices already on their farm. And that number is higher for BIPOC farmers who are more likely to be small scale and growing a higher number of diversified crops. To recognize the work of these farmers, we are recommending that NRCS restructures their incentive program to compensate farmers for already using climate-friendly techniques within their farms. At the same time, we know that there's many other farmers out there who want to start transitioning their farms into sustainable practices, but who need the support in doing so. We want to ensure that these farmers have accessible, culturally and regionally appropriate climate-smart programs to help them achieve their goals. We recommend creating more equitable climate-smart management practices. We recommend creating more equitable access to grant funding for small farms by establishing a minimum payment for implementing climate-smart management practices and providing a financial incentive targeted at smaller producers to apply for climate-smart grant funding, and eliminate out-of-pocket and reimbursement payment models, instead providing 100% advance payment to underserved and small-scale producers. We also know that farmers need support in applying to USDA programs. We just saw a great program come up that we were really excited about, the USDA Market, Capital, and Land Grant Program, but many farmers struggled to meet that tight deadline in order to get their applications in, and we think that there could be a lot of improvement around the technical assistance for applying for those grants, because it is a major time investment and burden for farmers to take time out to be able to apply and receive a lot of these programs. For USDA to be equitable and accessible to farmers, we would like to see NRCS remove barriers to entry by implementing the recommendations of the USDA Diversity and Racial Equity Working Group and increase their outreach to historically underserved farmers to ensure that they are aware of the programs that exist to help them and get their feedback in creating new programs that are being developed. Stakeholder engagement is key to crafting policies, and there is a lot that we all in this room could be doing in order to ensure that doors are open and that we're building partnerships that bring new voices into the policy creation process. The farmers I got to spend time with in Philadelphia have all experienced a growing number of extreme weather events in the last 5 years, and they are concerned about what the future holds for them. Many of them, as we've already heard today, have struggled to find sustainable land tenure, without which they are unable to make the investments into the soil that they want to make. I spoke with one farmer from Vermont who, in their first year of operation, put down $4,000 worth of compost on their field and are now in year 3 facing eviction as their landlord looks to sell that land to the highest bidder. They're not going to make that investment again until they have secure land tenure. We have to approach these issues of land ownership and land management, racial discrimination, and climate resilience as inextricably linked in the next Farm Bill, and be crafting these policies with the input of farmers and frontline communities themselves if we want to see any shift in sustainable agricultural practices in the coming years. Thank you. So now, Andy, are we going to open it up for some?
Yes, thanks, Erica, for your comments and reflections. And Seth and Carrie, if you could help us out with some note-taking here, that would be great. We'd like to open it up to the floor for some feedback on some of the ideas that you see in the paper in front of you and as summarized by Erica. And so let me first just ask the questions that are up here on the wall. Is this a policy goal, as kind of structured that you see as kind of advancing our common interests? What may be missing or what might need to be changed? And what are the best entities to advance it, whether it's the USDA in Washington or the state offices of the Natural Resource Conservation Service, not-for-profits, state governments, et cetera. And then finally, a question we'd like everyone to consider is what are the externalities? What are the other factors in terms of agricultural issues and agricultural policy that we need to be considering to make sure that we advance these goals and recommendations in a way that also makes sense for other sectors? So we'll open it up to the floor, and you get a first customer, Carly.
Hi, I'm Jake from the Ulster County Saltwater Conservation District. We deal with a lot of conservation practices. We work closely with the NRCS. And one thing I noticed is that if you eliminate out-of-pocket and reimbursement payment models, you give the money directly to the farmer. We've eliminated that because in the past, say we have a conservation practice such as cover cropping, we give the farmer $5,000. They could put that money in their pocket and buy Christmas presents. So that's happened in the past. Secondly, the way we structure it with our programs, we do reimbursement. The main thing is not that we don't trust the farmer, but for providing financial assistance, it's a reimbursement program, so it's not considered income. Okay, so every time we disperse funds for conservation practices, they get a 1099. And so again, if it's reimbursable, that doesn't hurt them tax-wise. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it raises another theme that we talked a lot about in the committee is this idea of measurement and verification, right? One, how can you measure benefit? How can you verify that it's taken place? And then, of course, as you pointed out, there's a lot of diverse concerns that farm businesses may have about how they would like money to be structured and how it fits in their business operation. Other questions or comments? Great. So we will be having time at the end too. So if there's things, questions that kind of come up in this space around this question, we can certainly come back to it after we've heard from the other two presenters today. So next up, we're going to hear from Amy Hansen, who is a policy analyst with the New Jersey Conservation Foundation and also an organic farmer herself. Amy, thanks for joining us today and commenting on how we can be working together to ensure sufficient resources and technical expertise are available and focused on soil health and climate resilience.
Thanks so much, Andy, and it's great to be here. I work in policy at New Jersey Conservation Foundation, and as Andy said, my husband and I own a preserved organic fruit and vegetable farm. It's 44 acres. We were able to use the Farm and Ranch Land Protection Program years ago, as well as the state farmland preservation program to preserve our farm in perpetuity, and we have an impervious cover limit on it, a very small one actually. We do have some hoop houses on our land, but we have to really keep an eye on how much, how many buildings we put up, and so far, so very good. Because through my work at NJCF, we have highlighted the need to add more conservation, natural resource protections into the state farmland preservation program. And I've worked there almost 20 years, and we still don't have a limit on how much soil destruction you can have on a preserved farm. It keeps being fought by, in our state Farm Bureau folks and the State Board of Ag, unfortunately. So, as I said, it was a Farm Bill program that helped us preserve our farm, and we've been hosting farmers to work and live on and learn on our farm for many years. Right now, we have a young couple who has just bought a house with some of their farm earnings. Because we inherited land, we're just determined to share the land. Right now, we're doing a very low-cost lease to our farmers, and they've got their own business. We have gotten some technical assistance from NRCS over the years, although insufficient organic expertise has been given and insufficient support for organic agriculture and regenerative. And so I'm excited because our land-grant university, Rutgers, is working on some chemical-free weed resistance and weed programs, control programs to supplement their, often chemical weed control programs that have been so emphasized nationwide and that are a big problem for our water supply, our farm workers, and much more. In my work at New Jersey Conservation Foundation, we've been also preserving land and farmland in particular. And over the past few years, we've finally begun to try to address racial disparities. We are embarking on a project partly funded by a USDA grant in partnership with the Food Shed Alliance to recruit 4 or so underserved farmers on farmland that we own. And with the Food Shed Alliance and other private grant funding, we're providing some infrastructure, technical assistance, community outreach, marketing assistance, and more. And we hope to enlarge that program as time goes on. So we are, hoping that, as Erica said, that more small and mid-sized farms get more of the funding from the Farm Bill, and more really climate-friendly and regenerative practices are encouraged and given a bigger percentage of Farm Bill funding. There are many programs that can provide assistance, and we hope the Farm Bill will continue to support that and increase its funding. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And just to drill down on a few things in one of your handouts about specific recommendations from the policy committee in this space. One idea was to establish block grants or matching fund programs focused on delivering those resources to state departments of agriculture to enhance the delivery of technical services and grants through the existing networks that they have in those states. We know from our research that many Northeastern states have very well-developed programs that are really seen as kind of the gems of the nation in many respects, and this is something that could be particularly helpful in our region. We also, as a committee, felt it was important to recognize and support the role of farmers, private and public colleges and universities, including historically black colleges and universities, as potential mechanisms for delivering technical services. Third, we felt that it was important to support regional pilot studies and applied research efforts to enhance climate resilience in the Northeast and encourage the Natural Resource Conservation Service to work with more states to develop soil health plans and support regional efforts that further develop these plans. And then finally, as you heard in some comments earlier today, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program is seen as being very important in kind of helping to kind of bring about this type of policy change, as well as the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. So those are two areas that we noted would be good to focus on. So with that orientation, I'm curious what folks think about those as a priority, and if you have any questions or comments in that regard.
I just have one comment. I think that's a good idea. Give me that mic. I'm not going to sing. I think it's a good idea to work some of those funds through the local, the State Ag and Markets Department, because they might be reaching out to individuals that are not hooked in necessarily to NRCS or FSA agencies, or they might be afraid of those two agencies, whereas they're more friendly towards New York State Ag and Markets. So that's a good idea, and I hope it goes through.
I think having some like cross-pollination between some of those different agencies. A lot of what I've dealt with is having to go to like each individual person in every single department in my county to try to figure out like what is applicable to our farm. And I'm farming full-time and I'm working 2 off-farm jobs because my farm does not pay for itself right now, being 3 years in. So I don't have that kind of time. So all of the departments knowing what funding is going to work for beginning farmers, BIPOC farmers, and having that throughout every department and having that knowledge spread out would be very helpful.
It almost sounds like kind of like a one-stop shopping kind of experience would be helpful.
That would be super helpful, or like, yeah, a one-stop shop or somebody coming to our farm and just giving me all the information so I don't have to spend days on end tracking it down myself would be very helpful.
Great.
Just to add to that, I actually used to live in Maine, in Sagadahoc. I used to live in Maine and had a salad farm there, and my NRCS officer would come look for me and let me know what programs we had. It was pretty astounding, and I'm not going to insult anyone, but it's different in other areas. And I found that, place to place, and there's also some decent coordination between state programs and NRCS programs that I found when I was there as well. And I think that that was a huge benefit for us. We were often broke and didn't have much time, and just, it's not an easy situation. So often it was known between the state and the USDA programs, we had a way of kind of could go one place and find out about all of it, and that was really useful. And I think that might have been specific to my region, but I think in New York State we lack that. We don't have coordinated efforts, not only between New York City and upstate, but between the state itself and federal programs. And if farmers could have a navigator of some sort, and I think it would be nice to see the state of New York itself take more of a leadership role in agriculture and actually help its citizens navigate what's going on. And if some of that is, hey, we don't have the money, but NRCS does, we think that since we're here talking about state policy in New York, and well, we're talking about USDA policy, but it's kind of melding into state policy. I think it would be great if the state of New York itself helped its citizens understand what the USDA had available and is doing in the state.
Great. Thanks, Ben.
I just wanted to put in there that for over 100 years, or since the federal, the Farm Credit East, or the Farm Credit banking system that has always been there for farmers to start up our farms, walked away from us. They held the mortgage, and they've been providing short-term loans since our inception, or since their inception, and they cut us off because we grow cannabis. And it wasn't the THC cannabis, but it was the hemp cannabis, because we abided by the laws of New York State, and they sent us a letter that we had to go somewhere else. So in that wonderful bill of that 218 Farm Bill, we got strangled. A farm, I don't know any multi-generational farm or other farm that doesn't need startup money in the beginning of the spring. And we are cut off from any banking. And we're fully loaded with debt, and we are cut off from banking because we grew hemp. And there is no solution to this problem except for us to go into cannabis and do our nightly prayers. That'll work out. But we're out on a limb, and that was with everybody in the government. Best thing for agriculture, best thing for agriculture. And we really did work with our agricultural community and brought a lot of farmers on board, and we took the brunt of it. And we have no access to start up our farm next year.
Thank you.
I would also just like to emphasize the necessity of the sort of temporal dimension of all this, of long-term engagement, because when you're a farmer that's planning for, implementing climate-smart practices, transitioning to organic, implementing agroforestry, there is necessarily a significant temporal dimension to that. And without the support and without the certainty of being able to plan for, 2, 3, 5, 10 years into the future, it makes things harder. And also from the perspective of monitoring outcomes in whatever sort of ecosystem service, market platform, or climate smart commodity system you're participating in, being able to actually measure benefits over time requires having some sort of plan in place, such that you're capturing all of the aspects of the implementation of the plan in your monitoring plan. So, and I think, this kind of feeds into this idea of coordinating across different agencies and entities, sort of adding that long-term engagement piece, I think, could go a long way in helping, ensure long-term success of climate-smart, regenerative, organic, whatever you want to call it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. A question over here?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that at one point in time, USDA had created state technical service centers to provide the one-stop shopping approach to doing business, as opposed to having to deal with the alphabet soup of different agencies in USDA. I think that was a product of the 1990 Farm Bill. Unfortunately, that was disbanded as budgets were cut and changes in philosophy with the new administration in 2000 came on board. But I think we found it, and I was involved in setting that up, we found it very helpful. It also was a place where people could go to get information about loans and financial support. And it seems to me, as we're trying to wrestle with a different way of farming, particularly incorporating regenerative agriculture, concern for climate resilience, and I'd add biodiversity, that rather than having to go to the different departments and agencies, that concept should be revisited, because that, I think, make life easier, not only for farmers, but also for the agencies that are trying to administer these programs.
Yeah, great point. It reminds me a little bit, some hometown bias here, of in Dutchess County, New York, that our Farm and Home Center is home to the office for both our Soil and Water Conservation District and Cornell Cooperative Extension. So just that synergy, and I think NRCS may even have a desk there, but that synergy has been really powerful. Other comments? Eric?
Yeah, I think this is all fine, but I think we really need to look to our land grants and our, you kind of just said this, the extension system, because so much of it's predicated on local funding. So that's why you have difficulties, because it's uneven all across the state, probably across the country. And when it comes to the Farm Bill, I think the more we can, rather than recreate the wheel, we've got a really great system that we should probably be empowering to do these types of things. They're all fine and they're all good, but rather than recreating the wheel, we should be empowering the system that I think could do it.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I have to admit, when I've spoken to members of Congress, one of the barriers to overcome is they say, well, New York's working so well. And it's like, well, that's great to know, but we can do a better job. So there's this interesting balance between exporting what we know in the Northeast and then also building our capacity to achieve the vision with the tools that we have. So it's a great point. Yeah.
And just to build off, I think some of the, when we talk about the technical assistance available, I think one of the other key things that's kind of in the Farm Bill, but also appropriations, is staffing at some of the local NRCS offices or others, because if they don't have the staffing, they have to close technical centers, so you may not have a service center in your county anymore, and it's not as accessible. So that's a big, priority, is how do we increase that, loan capacity, staffing, as well as, technical assistance, especially if we're asking for further funds or a heightened level of, outreach for organics or other types of farmers.
I think we have to be mindful of our language, and also I think it's important not to mandate farmers to any particular practice. There's no, we're in a biological revolution, and this biological farming is a very time-consuming and a long journey. And practicing regenerative agriculture for 40 years, I can see how far we've come as a nation, as agricultural institution. We've come very far. Maybe those just joining it can't see where we were. And right now, as climbing the mountain, I look back and we see how far we came, and I see how far we have to go. I don't think you ever reached a mountaintop. It's not black and white. And we need to just be mindful of the language around separation and inclusiveness in the entire agricultural. We have to acknowledge where we've done great work, and remember that biological farming is a process. And with doing biological farming, you increase your biology, and it takes time in a lot of different capacities. And I would be happy to help and talk more about it, because it really does work, but it is expensive and time-consuming.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for just one more comment on this topic before we move on to our next presenter. Anyone else? Going once, twice. Okay. Well, it's now my great pleasure to introduce someone who I think is familiar to many of you, and that is Julie Suarez, who's had a long and storied career in agricultural policy and is currently the Associate Dean, right, at Cornell College of Agricultural and Life Science. Julie is going to be talking about the third policy recommendation from the committee, which is really about advancing science and defining policy terms for the future. So take it away, Julie.
Thanks so much, Andy. Before I started, I just wanted to say a really heartfelt and a sincere thank you. I think, when you put on an event, you don't often, people in the room don't often think about, well, who's actually done all the behind the scenes work for this? So I just really wanted to thank Ned for your vision and your leadership in Scenic Hudson and pulling together NECA. And if we could all give the team a round of applause, I think that would be great. Not to overstep, but Heather is amazing, Carly, Andy, Pete, just a fabulous team. So thank you. So as a representative of Cornell, however, let me state out front that this will probably come as no surprise that, a Cornell representative would say science will be critically important to keeping the world at 1.5 degrees or maybe 2 degrees Celsius or less, right, from warming. And from a Cal's perspective, the recent inclusion at COP27 of the term nature-based solutions for the first time was really inspiring. The fact that it's taken 27 COPs before we put nature-based solutions in that framework, you could kind of say, well, that's a little bit depressing. But on the other hand, I tend to always look at the glass half full, and I'm like, yay, nature-based solutions is finally in that international framework. So here in New York, when we look at the CLCPA process in New York and the scoping plan scenario number 4, it relies really heavily on nature-based solutions and on our land and forestry carbon sequestration to meet our own state's net zero goals. But I think it's really important to recognize that the science is of yet a little bit imperfect, right? It's a little bit inconclusive still. And, so some of our definitions, some of our terms around what is a nature-based solution, what does it mean to permanently sequester carbon in soils, that's still not quite yet fundamentally known. So what I wanted to share with you is just some of the discussions in the group. I'm not going to read off all the policies. But what our group consensus was overwhelmingly is that even though the science may not necessarily be entirely settled yet, we can't wait anymore. And so our real challenge as a group was thinking of, how do we make sure that science occurs, but that incentives to farmers are provided in a really robust and careful, thoughtful way so that we can at least, maybe we don't know everything we need to know, but we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, if that makes sense. So with that said, while it's critically important to fund the science that will generate better knowledge on processes to improve soil carbon storage while we're actively farming, we also had a really interesting discussion around why it's important to think about the type of science we need. And so from that perspective, I'll just share that, there's consensus. We do need lab-based science, right? We need science conducted at land grants in labs, basic and applied. We need those agricultural experiment stations, the one in the Hudson Valley Research Lab. But it's also really important to recognize that the challenge around climate is broader than all of us. And so from a land grant perspective, the type of science we need, and hopefully that will be funded, is really collaborative public-private sector partnership based with many, many different actors. And so from that perspective, I just wanted to highlight Hudson Carbon's really excellent work. I've been a big fan of theirs for a while now, ever since, Andy actually introduced me to them, and I know you work a lot with our faculty in hemp. But that type of partnership-based approach that Hudson Carbon is doing, along with local soil and water conservation districts, is just really important to facilitate and incent and keep going. So along with policy incentives to farmers, we also have to think about what's the framework for how we're going to farm, how we're going to incent our on-farm research, right? So what type of shape will that look like? Because incenting that feedback loop so that the scientists are working along with the farmers and foresters, so there's complete communications, is how we're really going to advance knowledge around climate change and around climate resiliency and, of course, soil carbon-based sequestration. So with that as kind of the framing, one of the aspects that we really struggled with a bit in our group is around definitions. And so I'm going to share that with you, and we hope we have a really good, robust conversation about this. Because if we're talking about incenting regenerative agriculture, what does that actually mean, right? And I think everybody in this group could kind of say, not to paraphrase somebody else, I know regenerative agriculture when I see it, right? It feels good to me, I know what that is. But the reality is, because I hang out with a lot of scientists and they've trained me, I went back and did a literature search. And so back in 2020, there was a really interesting article that summarized all the many different times the word regenerative agriculture has been used in academic literature and in other sources. So out of the 229 references in academic literature to the term regenerative agriculture, you may be surprised, I was when I read this, to learn that there's not really consensus around that term. And this article was a really interesting one because it looked not only at academic literature, but it also looked at what it defined as practitioner literature. So they looked at websites, they looked at NGOs, they looked at farmers and foresters who are actually doing regenerative agriculture, and they said, okay, what does this term mean to them? And so there are two schools of thought, one being process-based. Regenerative agriculture, we know it when we see it. It's cover cropping, it's reduced tillage, it's no-till systems. Outcomes-based, it's soil health, it's soil carbon sequestration, a certain amount of soil quality goals. But what's interesting is when you looked at this literature, only about 11% of the literature search mentioned terms like IPM. About 12%, which is kind of funny to me that it was about 11 and 12% equally, mentioned the elimination of synthetic fertilizers. Less than that mentioned the term protecting biodiversity. Only 40% of the terms that used regenerative agriculture actually talked about carbon storage, and that really surprised me. So you're probably wondering, why does Julie keep harping on this point, right? But from a policy framework, if we're gonna talk about incenting policies to farmers that help promote regenerative agriculture, we have to kind of come to a consensus as to what that term actually means. Much like we have to come to a consensus as to what type of science we want to see done in the climate arena. So to kind of summarize and get to the real point, and what do we want you to discuss now, is we really welcome comments over what types of science strategies that are needed. You know, when I look around this room, I know, Amy, I don't even know how many trials we've done on your farm. Brian, same with you. I don't know how many times Cornell's been on your farm. Jonathan, you may not know this, but I just saw pictures of the slash wall you're putting up on one of your farm installations. So I'm super excited about that because I think that's really neat, kind of low-tech, high-tech combination. So what type of science do we want to see in the next Farm Bill? The second point, we really welcome comments about what exactly is regenerative agriculture. And so when we talk about incenting policies around regenerative agriculture, what does that actually mean and look like? Because if we don't come to consensus here, somebody else will come to consensus for us. So those were kind of the discussions in our group. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And just a quick time check. Pete, how are we doing on time available? We're right on time for questions. Good.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm from Cornell Cooperative Extension, Columbian Green. Thank you so much, Julie, for what you said, because to me, terminology is being thrown around very loosely without defining it. And I think we're othering and we're creating more a sort of separation from one another instead of a collaboration and a scientific approach, an inquiry-based approach. Using terms like IPM or inclusive, not every farm will be able to go 100% organic. And even within organic, you know, imagine anyone want to drink a cup of arsenic? No, but you can use arsenic in organic farming. So there's a lot of lack of, I think, sometimes understanding of the true meaning of organic, regenerative. Thank you for saying this, because it's been kind of making me concerned today that we are sort of polarizing when we should be trying to come together with language that is both scientifically accurate and terminology that is accessible to everyone, so that we're doing things to the best interest of the soil health and sequestration of carbon, but also knowing that at some points different inputs have to occur in order for a farmer to make the yield they need, and that we need to be there to support them, not attack. No farmer in this area that I've ever encountered is excessively utilizing herbicides, fungicides, pesticides just for fun. Number one, they're expensive. Number two, it affects their health, their family's health, the water quality of their own community. But it's about approaching people with an informative, collaborative, not a punitive, isolationist approach. I think we have to be mindful of that in the language that we use. So thank you.
Yeah, great point. And that reminds me about some of the negotiations that took place in New York's Soil Health and Climate Resiliency Act a couple of years ago, which others will remember around the room, where there was a recognition of this issue and the kind of an acknowledgement that focusing on soil health kind of reframe the discussion a little bit for the stakeholders. So what that means on the federal level, I think, has yet to be explored. Great point.
Hi, my name is Helene Marsh. I'm a landowner, and I actually lease land to Sarah Chase. So I'm very interested in the work that she's doing on my land with rotational grazing. But to your point, I just wanted to say that, you know, the organic movement, as best I understand it, was a response to the use of chemicals on the land. And so it was a chemically focused movement. And we're talking about a movement which is biologically based, which is a soil health movement. So I think that throwing around the terms organic and soil health in the same sentence doesn't always make sense, because the organic movement, there are many organic farms which have destroyed their soils. And so organic doesn't equal soil health. And I just wanted to make that point, because I think that a lot of people are confused about that. I'm not saying organic isn't good, it's great for human health in some cases, but not always for soil health. So just to that point, thank you.
I think these points are really well taken, and I think that coming from organic farming, where there are two schools of thought. One is there's a certification. It's a list of things you can and can't do. But the word organic really refers to life carbon. It's related to life. So when the word came up, I think it actually was, before there was a USDA certification, a lot of the intention was around a life-based biological system centered around the growth of carbon. But in not looking to be defensive or organic, I think all types of farming are important and contribute to how we get by. But I wanted to offer a potential definition that leaves space for this entire discussion we're having, which is that perhaps we could look at regenerative as farming, gardening, and ranching in synchrony with nature to repair, rebuild, revitalize, and restore ecosystem function, starting with all life in the soil and moving to all life above the soil, which leaves a lot of space for how those outcomes are achieved. But I think one thing we all could agree on is we have a massive amount of degradation in our ecosystems across the world. We actually live in an area with the least amount, or some of the least degradation comparatively. But I think it's critical to meet people where they're at, and really that we look to outcomes, because if you define certain practices as regenerative and others as not, as soon as you move from one region to another, they might not work anymore. We conduct research in Montana, in Mexico, in forests in Vermont, and on soils locally. And the practices in all of those regions are greatly different. And sometimes a geographic features relationship to carbon, for example, aspect in the Northeast, more sun equals usually more vegetation and more carbon. In Mexico, more sun equals less vegetation, less carbon, means it's drier. So we have to be very careful that our definitions leave the door open to what's regionally appropriate and socially appropriate.
I see Seth on his knees over there.
Right faster, Seth.
This definition, regenerative, it has to generationally keep going. So you'll have to have some of the principles that are guiding holistic. I use the indigenous philosophies of the seventh generation, those that haven't been born, all these little funny things around regenerative, but really there's economics involved, and the sustainability of it, there's parameters that need to be defined within that context, because it has to succeed past this generation, regenerative. And so economics is a part of it, and I just wanted to put that little in there because we often overlook that burden. But it is defined by principles more than that are based in philosophy around our planet. Yeah.
Thanks.
I just wanted to add on to that with carbon sequestration, as people in this room know, it's over hundreds, if not 1,000 years. So if we're talking about carbon sequestration, the active carbon is what we're storing now. So the to kind of build off of this generation and the regeneration, there has to be as much emphasis on the science as the social contract, because if we're storing carbon today, but then it's bought by a developer and torn up and released into the atmosphere, then all of our work is for naught. So I would like to see some sort of language around that social contract, and that this has to be passed down through the generations, because otherwise we're not sequestering anything.
Thank you.
I don't want to get into the temptation of going over and over definitions, but I think the principles that I would recommend are that they become the outcome-driven, which is what you described, that they're science-based, and there's a social science aspect to this, and an economic aspect to this, although economics is known as the dismal science. But I think we could debate the words forever. But if we can just agree on a few principles that frame what we seek to achieve, then I think we could probably come up with something that's acceptable. I mean, I've had to do this at the national level, and believe me, it goes on and on for years, and then the next farm bill, somebody defines it differently, and you start all over again.
Jared?
All right, Jared, Director of Hudson Valley Research Lab. Julie, you mentioned there was 2 schools of main thought, outcomes and, what was the other one, practices? Process. I'm going to propose a third. In a previous life, I worked for the Ag Research Service in Tucson, where I do my graduate work. Our colleagues who work on drylands, predominantly rangeland grazing, we're looking for a better system to assess landscape ecosystem function, and they coined the term rangeland health. And of course, they went through this whole process of definitions. But what they settled on in the end was looking at ecological function. So it's independent of processes, practices, indicators, and outcomes. The 3 main things that they came with: hydrologic function, biologic function, nutritive function. Those 3 cycles pretty much explain all ecosystems. And if we go that route, I think the definition will perhaps come a little bit easier, particularly for soil health. Not sure how that fits with regenerative agriculture yet, but the name of that paper and that process, which I think over the last 15 years has continued and sort of gone global, is called rangeland health.
That's really interesting because it's outcome focused, but also can fit within a specific region to some of the comments earlier, so you don't end up cutting off options to farms and certain types of ecosystems. Great. Other comments?
Hi. With every farm, we grow and raise things, but we need a consumer. So I was wondering, in the Farm Bill, is there any consumer education going out as to what farmers are trying to move towards for organics as well as soil health? And I didn't know if there would be a portion of money for that. Because to tell you the truth, I do the green markets in New York City as well as Keith did for years. And people they have no idea what ornamental corn, they ask me if I paint it. Is it real? Can I eat it? I have to go through a whole explanation a lot of times. And also I sell sweet corn. They'll complain about the worm on the end. I don't want to spray the sweet corn. It's my health with that concentrated poison to die. I said, I don't want to be dead at 65. But they don't understand that worm is all part of the ecology of our lands and our soil health. So I'm hoping that there's some funds to educate consumerism somehow, even through our youth programs, through science. Science classes are like kind of becoming disconnected of how it works. So look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Yeah, Laura.
It's not really a comment. I think it's more something I've been thinking a lot about, and I just want to throw it out here because it seems relevant to this discussion of is it organic better, regenerative better, all of that stuff, and then how do we define regenerative? And here it is. I am seeing $3 billion approximately heading into agriculture country in this country over the next 5 years. And it's not using any of the terms. In fact, I haven't heard the term that is being used in this discussion. And that's what I'm thinking about. How is climate smart going to change this landscape? Will it? Is it maybe a useful term? And in particular, I'm bringing this up today because climate smart is defined in policy already, in international policies. So that's really all. I don't have, that's it. I've just really been thinking about that and wondering how this shift is going to maybe change this conversation.
Yeah, great point. Thank you. Okay.
Andy, I just have one quick comment. First of all, Julie, thank you for the shout out. Appreciate it. Wanted to respond to a specific question that you put out there. What kind of research is important? What kind of research do we want to see moving forward? And I want to emphasize the need for more. I think this movement is doing a great job at collaboration and coordination, but I want to just emphasize the need to continue that and also to focus on more systems-based interdisciplinary style research. And also, to the point of coordination, the USDA just put out a request for public information, request for public input on how to utilize the IRA funding, and it's specifically looking at how to improve the USDA's greenhouse gas inventory and assessment program. And I think there's a lot of work to be done across all of our institutions that are focused on research to coordinate and standardize data gathering around how you measure for soil carbon, both in service of improving the standard of practice there, but also in improving tools that we essentially will need in data poor environments to assess outcomes. And this, again, speaks to the need for focusing on outcomes-based assessments because of the fact it's going to be so hard to pin down what it is indeed we mean by regenerative or climate smart. So yeah, just want to emphasize that. Thank you.
To add that for science, if economics is part of that role that Cornell can do or how it can be financed, but agriculture is part of the solution to other societal ills that have to do with income disparity and a lot of things that farmers can do to help correct the course that we're on. So there is science behind that too. How can agriculture help our disease on consumerism by building microeconomies that are agricultural based and change the paradigm, because the world that we're living in of American economics and consumerism being the driver is not working. But agriculture in of itself is part of the solution. So these are not separate lanes in the government. So when the U.S. Farm Bill has to connect to all the other bills, including infrastructure and energy and all the other things that are being discussed, agriculture presents a solution. And how to, I know it's in my head, but I don't have science necessarily to back it up. There's a lot of economy, new economy that can happen through agriculture. And that conversation would be welcomed in the thought process of Cornell and the other land-based universities. Thank you.
I just wanted to we've been talking a lot about soil health and like regenerative ideas in aspects of the land, but something that I've been thinking about a lot as well is like also in our processing facilities, in our transportation, right now, my milk leaves my farm as a commodity, and it's being trucked to another state, and then it's being processed, and then it's being trucked to a warehouse, and then it's being trucked from that warehouse all over the nation. So I feel like a lot of what I'm doing on my farm is all of the great carbon sequestration that I'm doing is kind of like null and void, because then it is being trucked halfway across the state. And I just feel like we need to rope in some of those processing facilities into these conversations, because we can do as much as we can on farm and then kind of like completely lose control when we start talking about multinational corporations and those agri-processing companies that hold on to a lot of the actual food once it leaves there. So.
Thank you. Yeah. Joseph?
Yeah, I think that brings up a really good point about the need to think more about not just on-farm, but structural issues in New York State and the country and globally of the shipment of mass amounts of carbon and nutrients from places. Maybe a dairy farm's version of soil health is going to be figuring out ways to get their manure in whatever form. There's obviously a moisture issue to a processing vegetable farm that's more carbon starved. And I really think it's going to take all approaches of the indicators, because indicators assess processes and functions. So they're the kind of the simplest. And from a science perspective, we think a lot about how to take that to the next level. We know we spend a lot of time doing infiltration measurements and things that people are really interested in, but they're really challenging. So I think it's going to be, we're going to need payment for practices. We're going to need outcomes based on specific indicators. And then there's still a lot of research to figure out those exact pedo transfer functions of understanding, of linking the indicators to processes and functions, which is difficult work, but there's needs, especially a lot of work to collaborate and share data and do that in ways that respect and share and connect all the collaborators, because data together is definitely more powerful than in individual silos.
Great point. Nick, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to bring up distribution. I feel like somewhere in the Farm Bill should be allocation towards helping farms get either their produce or products out in an effective manner, distribute out to not only just locally, but to a wider range. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm just curious, what does that look like in an urban context in your experience with your urban farm community?
So I push a cart.
Yeah.
So and my
That's what works, right?
Yeah, I have a cart that I wheel around, like like how they used to back in the day, and yeah, I was thinking possible biking system to where youth can hop on a bike with a basket of produce and distribute it throughout the city. I also had an idea for so I don't know if you're familiar with an app. It's called Double Map. So basically, it's a application where you can track the local bus system on it. So I wanted to take that concept and apply it to like a distribution truck. So you can follow the distribution truck on the application and go to one of the drop-off hubs and pick up stuff from those particular areas. So that could be another way to do distribution in that way, and if it's that way, you're not less necessarily having to have a bunch of different cars or a bunch of different and doing all the greenhouse gases and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, Lisa again.
I really like what Mr. Jackson just said. And one thing that we have an access to, and this is a shameless plug for Cornell and Ag and Markets collaboration with Taste New York. So we operate these Taste New York stores that amplify local products created, grown in New York State. And I think that is one area where if we always think everyone has to go national or international, the carbon, that we're emitting often is so huge. But if we think about really intentionally purchasing local products that are grown in New York, we are doing an excellent job. So I think within the bill, we want to really promote ways that farmers and makers get the proper support, technical research dollars, to get access to things such as a Taste New York is one example, but there are others, other ways where you can purchase things from, New York City and the markets. But again, it's access. Like being able to do the application for Taste New York requires a person to be able to go through a throughway authority, economic development, ag and market application. We provide tech support, so I think tech support is key. So if you want to keep as much distribution local to keep the money local, you also want to have that support of tech support, because the applications are often what really deter people from getting their product to the next level.
Great point. Any other questions here? Great. Well, we welcome everyone's continued feedback, so you can always send an email to any of us at Scenic Hudson if you have additional thoughts. The next step of the policy committee is going to be to take the notes from the discussion today, compare it to the notes from the discussion we had in November of last year, and really see if we can kind of fine tune and kind of get down to kind of what a few specific changes in legislative language might be that we could work on in the Farm Bill. And I think we'll probably be reporting back to the NECA membership about what those are, so everyone is familiar with that. And I will say, it has been a goal of us all along to both have a refined sense of priorities, but also make sure that the narrative stays broad enough so if there's other interests in the community and groups want to work, or individuals want to work on other policies that may not be kind of in the top 3 list, kind of as a consensus agenda, we want to make space for that. So that's our commitment. And as we move forward into the next Congress, we'll certainly be in touch, I think, with both the evolution of these policy ideas as well as opportunities there are for advocacy and how you might be able to plug in at key moments in the policy making process to kind of have your voice heard. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor back to our esteemed panel here. Commissioner Beal from Maine and Elizabeth Wolters, the New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets. We're inviting both of you to share your observations and reflections on the conversation today. From your statewide perspective, what you see as opportunity areas, issues to consider, and importantly, things that would benefit or kind of fit well with the management of the great state programs that you have your eyes on. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to both of you and Ned.
Sure. Okay, sure. Thank you so much. I've been sitting in the back of the room most of the day thinking of how the commissioner would sit back and reflect on an event like this. And I went through my 10 pages of notes here. There are 2 less than titles in the last Farm Bill. There were 12 titles in the last Farm Bill. And I just wanted to kind of reflect back and look at common themes throughout the day. And I heard a lot about partnerships, collaboration, equity, access. And these are all things that we are all talking about at the state level, and now we need to talk about them at the national level as well. The department held 8 Farm Bill listening sessions this past summer and continues to take information in that we use to have conversations with our governor's DC office and our congressional delegation. And we're continuing to take that information today and also electronically. So we do have an active website, or email address. It's farmbill@agriculture.ny.gov. If you have issues specific to your farm, what you would like to see, we're continuing to take that information in. It really is important that the Farm Bill reflects all of our farms here in New York and in the Northeast. As Undersecretary Bonnie said, you know, it really isn't the political issue always. It really is the regional issues. I've been through, this will be my third Farm Bill, I think now, second Farm Bill now. And it really is, it's more regionally and it's more crop-based, and, you know, the divisions are always unique and different as we approach each of them. So this is our opportunity, this is your opportunity to have a Farm Bill that will better reflect your operations. You can continue to have these conversations with your own lawmakers. We're here at the department to listen as well, and how we can better utilize our state resources to leverage federal funds. We also participated in the Climate Smart Commodities Program and was awarded $60 million. So we will be knocking on doors and talking about that as our ink dries and we figure out how the state is going to implement that program. From a climate perspective, obviously, New York is talking a lot with the Climate Action Council on climate issues. Agriculture plays an important role in that. We are hearing so much more about agroforestry, silver pasturing, and having better programs at both the state and national level to address those different approaches. We're very proud in New York that most of our biggest forest owners are our farmers. So having programs for those farmers to be able to utilize and better manage their land for carbon sequestration, climate resilience is really important. So just really good discussion today, and happy to listen and happy to hear about your reflections of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that was a great recap. And I also acknowledge that Undersecretary Bonnie did a really nice recap as well. So I think I'll go a different route. It's been an honor to sit here today and listen. There have been a bunch of times I've wanted to jump into the conversation. I have to remind myself that I'm here to listen, so that's what I've been doing. But I did want to actually just note a couple of things. I, too, have taken pages of notes. I think I just counted 7. And that's the other reason I don't want to try to recap anything, because I think that the points that people have made here have been made so eloquently. I mean, your voices are so important. You speak for the issues that are important to you incredibly well. And it is going to be really important for those stories and your voices to be part of that Farm Bill conversation, not just here in your state, if this is your state, or in our state, or in other Northeast states, but also getting those stories and voices to DC is, I think, really, really impactful and important. I think that there are a lot of solutions that we've talked about here in the room that are already underway, and we need to scale those up or scale them out. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity for that. I think there's a lot of collective wisdom in this room and in the agricultural community as a whole. And so, you know, I think there's a lot we know. There's a lot we already know. I wanted to just make one point. This rattles around in my head, and I think it's because I grew up on a farm and I grew up in the reality of the economics that is the farming life, right? I really appreciate all the good thinking about programs and tools that can support farmers and, you know, or subsidize or level the playing field. But I also want us to not lose sight on the work that still needs to be done to try to make sure that the market dynamics work for farmers. I know, well, or at least aren't extractive. And I know a lot of farmers who don't want to be grant writers, and they don't want to sit around filling out forms and writing reports. They want to farm, and we want them to farm. So to whatever degree we can help to promote and enable that, I think that's important too. And I think I'd just say that we're really excited to collaborate. We already do collaborate with the different departments around the Northeast, and I think there's a lot of synergy here, a lot of shared opportunities and excitement for some of these things we've talked about today, and I look forward to continuing that collaboration. And just before Commissioner Ball left, I told him that, you know, just sitting here listening today, I get why he's so optimistic if he gets to interact with all of you on a regular basis, that totally makes sense. Really inspiring. And just one more plug, if you want to come to Maine, our Ag Trade Show is in January from the 12th through the 14th. We'd love to have you.
Wow, thank you. What a day it's been. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Commissioner Beal. I've said this to you, but your decision to come here today several months ago was what gelled this gathering and made us realize that we could put together a Northeast regional gathering to have this listening session. And I know you have a long trip back, and you've really hung in here, so thank you so much. But thanks to everybody. Wow, this has just been such an amazing day, full of ideas, full of sharing, and we have it in notes, we have it on video here, and we will carefully review the content today at Scenic Hudson and among NECA members, and we will try to process that and translate that into specific goals that we will pursue in the Farm Bill. So this isn't a one-shot deal. We hope that over the coming months, we'll be able to feed back to you, get your additional thoughts, and that we will, having listened to each other so beautifully all day, we will be able to find ways to speak with one voice or pursue shared goals collectively. So as Commissioner Beal and Robert Bonney said, it's really important for you to speak to your congresspeople and senators so that they know this is important to you. So we're going to be reviewing the Farm Bill, trying to incorporate your ideas. Then we're going to be continuing the conversations with our elected representative, Congressman Molinaro, and Caitlin, who will be the Congressman's regional rep in this area, Caitlin Gilligan. And thank you for spending the day with us. Our work has just begun, but this has just been an amazing launch to it. I want to thank Julie for giving a shout out to the Scenic Hudson staff. And I want to add my voice of thanks to Heather Eckert. Did she leave the room? Pete Lopez, Andy Bicking, Seth McKee, Carrie Watkins Bates, Carly Fraccaroli, Jody Harris, and Ann Lucente. So let's hear it for all of them who work behind the scenes. This was a lot of work. I also want to thank Hudson Valley Audiovisual for a flawless day. And to Jeff Mertz for both taping today and for that beautiful video. And we'll find some way to share that with you. And Jeff is a master, and he's got amazing work out there, all in this space that we'll be sharing in other contexts. And finally, they're gone, I think, but the meal, the food today was provided by the Swell Party. So if you're thinking about a gathering like this, be sure to look them up. So my thanks to you all. I'm so grateful to you. I wish you a happy Thanksgiving, and please drive safely today and throughout the holidays. Bye-bye.